show. How about this? Can you hear me, Pong?
I can hear you, sir.
Looks like your bars are moving on my end of things.
Yes. I can hear you. You're on YouTube. I can hear you on YouTube. I can hear me.
Then this
Casket repairs in the chat.
This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do right here. I'm still, for whatever reason, it's still giving me connection issues. Don't understand why. I haven't had this issue all week. Well, it's part of the reason why I've been streaming as much as I have. Just wanted to make sure things were good to go. YouTube's telling me things are good to go. I'm also getting things saying no data here and there. I don't know what's going on or what's causing there to be an issue or why. I did go through or reset things or refreshed. I dropped my IP. I got a new IP. The only other thing that I could possibly do is maybe change my DNS or maybe fiddle with my my modem, my router a little bit more. But other than that, man, like I haven't changed anything since I've been streaming. So hopefully it's coming through clean. But this is what I'm gonna do for the people that are here live. I want to say thank you for coming back and finding us. Send the link out. Let the people know we are live. I'm going to hit the record button. Regardless of the case, YouTube's going to have to fix this on the back end. If they don't, I'll just upload it since I'll have it on my computer. Because we got to get to it, man. You know what I'm saying? We can't let the technical issues send us out of the way. We got to get live, raw, and uncut with. We got to give it to the people. And yeah, so we'll just end up doing that, man. It's just crazy that I'm experiencing these issues now. And I hadn't had these all week, right? Me and Pong want to get together, do Living Splitscreen for you guys. Now it's like, no, you can't stream. It's really disappointing. It really is. But it is what it is. We'll make it work. Let's get to it. I'm going to start recording now. You ready, Pong? Are you good to go?
Yes, sir. I'm ready. Let's roll.
All right, here we go. It's still looking smooth so far from what you can tell?
Looking smooth, man.
All right, say less. Here we go. I'm going to start recording. I'm going to hit the music. Oh, snap. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning and welcome to Living Splitscreen. I do have to start off by saying, one, I apologize for the late start and the technical issues and everything else. I don't know why it has chosen to be the bane of our existence today, but we'll work through it. We'll get there and everything will be just fine. Regardless, I am going to have this show recorded. So if you guys on the live side of things, they're on YouTube, if it's coming through choppy, look, guys, I apologize. I've tried to work through it and get it to kind of fix itself, but it's not doing it. And I've done every technical thing that I could do on my end. I have to make some phone calls and things. But we'll get it figured out, but it's not going to slow us down here right now on Living Splitscreen. Paul says we're live, raw, and uncut. We're coming through smooth. I'm going to take my brother's word for it, and we're just going to give it to the people, man. And again, the audio listeners are like, what are you guys talking about? There was issues? Yeah, man. We experienced a little bit of network issues, but it's okay. Well, again, welcome to episode 77 of Living Splitscreen. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7. You can find me everywhere under that name. But I think I've had enough. It's been enough of me talking. I need to pass it off to my brother from another. Then we'll get it back to me because I want to hear what's going on with him. I've been holding him up all morning. We've been trying to get it to the people. I know it's not a big thing to him, but look, my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops, my guy, Pong. So, how you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling great, Steel. I just glad we're down to business on Living Splitscreen episode 77 because 77 is a lucky number. I don't know what the hell's
it
going
is.
on
It's
around
crazy.
here. We've got double sevens, man. We should be rocking and rolling. Listen, nah, man, it's been again a busy week. If you guys were here before when we were doing the pre-show, Listen, it's been a busy week. I haven't gotten as much gaming in as I wanted to. I've
Yeah.
been trying to keep my schedule straight. And that means that I have a hard time quitting games. As most people, I think any gamer knows, it's always easy when you're sitting there trying to keep your schedule straight to go, I got another 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's
I
the
got
bane of
one
a
more
gamer.
level, one
Bane of a
more
gamer.
level. And that turns up to be, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And then your schedule's thrown off. So I've been watching, actually watching more movies. Watched The Northman this week.
You've been telling me, man.
Yeah, I've been doing that. Watched The Northman this week. Fantastic Viking movie. If you haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend it. It is beautiful and it is brutal. Brutal, but it's freaking amazing. Amazing game or amazing movie. Otherwise, I did get into some more Scorn this week a little bit, not as much as I wanted to. And then, of course, Plague's Tale Requiem dropped. Started that up to chapter 2, so I'm like an hour in or whatever the case may be. Chapter 2, loving it. It's gorgeous. I do have a couple issues with some decisions they already made, but overall, Asobo has taken a giant leap forward, graphic wise, and I can already tell I'm going to love the story. So enjoyed the hell out of that, and then of course, Steel, we got Persona 5 Royale dropping, which everybody here who watches this show or any of my other shows knows I have been waiting a lifetime for Atlas to finally bring the Persona series to Xbox. Here we are. We get Persona 5 Royale. I was going to jump into it the other night, take a trip to New Zealand. I did so just to get a title screenshot. But then along comes early access campaign for Modern Warfare 2. And I was going to just jump into that, play a couple missions, and then head on over to Persona 5 Royale.
Yeah.
Well, Steel. 4 5 hours later, because I had a sick dog, so I wound up staying up Thursday night into the wee hours.
Is the dog okay?
The dog's fine. She's fine. She goes through this. I don't know what it is. She's old. She's a lab mix. And she's probably, I think, what is she now? 12, somewhere in that neighborhood. So she just goes through this issues, and the wife had bought different type of treats.
Okay.
And that's always a bad mix sometimes. But
yes, can be, yeah.
So it was nonstop bathroom breaks for the poor dog. So I was up anyways. But I got roped into Modern Warfare 2 campaign. I couldn't stop playing. I couldn't stop playing, man.
Good time.
Bro, this game, listen, Infinity Ward, and I put this in the DMs, is asserting dominance yet again as the premier Call of Duty dev studio. Everybody can have their opinion. And I understand if you're a Black Ops fan, you're a Treyarch fan, you're a Zombies fan. Listen, I get it, right? Treyarch is going to be your dev studio, but for me, it's always been about Infinity Ward and what they do. And it's been a while. I mean, I know a lot of people love Modern Warfare. I didn't hop into Modern Warfare in 2019 at all until recently when I finally got it to download properly. And I know a lot of people love that game. But what I'm saying is, for me, somebody who did not play a ton of that game, jump into this, you can tell that Activision had all hands on deck. You can tell that they had thousands of devs working on this game. But Infinity Ward is bringing their A game. And the campaign is absolutely stellar. It is one of the best looking games this gen, in my opinion, already, just from what I've seen. And so I could not stop playing that. And I can't wait to hop back into it. I want to finish the campaign before multiplayer comes out next week. They do have rewards attached for your campaign completion.
Yes.
I'm not playing on Hardened or Veteran anymore. I used to do that nonsense like Steel. I don't care. I want to play through the campaign and have a good time. I ain't about that one-shot kill shit that they give you where you got to restart every 2 seconds. And I will say that this campaign is challenging as hell. This campaign, even on regular, I can tell that they stepped it up. I'm not saying it's fucking possible or anything, but what I'm saying is I could tell the difficulty level has been brought up even on regular. So having a great time with that, Steel. Absolutely loving it. I can't wait till multiplayer drops. But we got a lot of games. A lot of games, at least for those of us that graze, those of us that enjoy different genres. And it is Christmas. I got to get a chunk of time set aside for Persona 5 Royale. Again, for anybody who hasn't jumped into it yet, let me just give you fair warning. And there's been some, shout out to Neo, Neo GameSpark in the community. He put out a tweet thread kind of giving people a heads up. I've seen other people putting out some tweet threads about Persona if you're going to jump into it for the first time.
Right.
The intro to Persona 5 Royale is about 10 hours long.
Oh,
just to
God.
give you an idea. Yeah, just to give you an idea. Okay.
Oh, snap.
So,
okay.
And as Neil put it, even if you don't do a lot of the side stuff, you're talking about a 100-hour game. And I try to give you all a heads up on that. That's even without doing a lot of the side stuff. So Persona series is all about the relationships, it's all about the development of the characters. If you don't fall in love with the characters, if you don't fall in love with the story, this game may not grab you. But if you get into it and you love the characters and you want to build those relationships, because building the relationships, again, this is high school kid stuff. You got to do the daily work, build those relationships because it actually does enhance your battles, all that kind of stuff. If you're going to do that, you're going to love this game, but expect a time sink. Expect 150, somewhere in that neighborhood if you're going to get into the side business, maybe even 200 hours, okay? This is no joke, but this is why people consider this one of the best JRPGs of all time. So, again, it's not going to be for everybody, but there's a reason why it's so popular as well. So I can't wait to jump into that this week. Steel, you've been all over the place this week.
Yeah, I have, man.
We've been streaming, man. We had we got the you got gameplay from a bunch of different games, including Gotham Knights.
Right.
You tried out on PC First Ascendant. First Ascendant. God, First Ascendant. Not the last one. The first one, folks. The First Ascendant. The game that you and I have been talking about for over a year now since we first saw the trailers. A new looter shooter, which of course is wow for me. Yeah. Let's do this. So what you got going on this week, Steve?
Yeah, man. So, one technical issues, right? No, seemingly I didn't have any technical issues all week. As you stated, I have been streaming this week. Just getting into it because I want to bring some more content to the channel, right? More things for people to look at, some things for people to tune into, especially if I do it in like 2-hour spurts as I normally do when I record. I'm trying to take that same concept into when I go live and everything, chopping it up with the people, giving them my overall opinion. So like right now, my Gotham Knights gameplay that I have right now up on the channel for Living Splitscreen, you're going to get live impressions about how I feel about the game. And we're going to talk about the game also after we get into our upcoming games and such. If you're gonna be able to, if you're ready for that. If not, we can't skip it, or I can just go through it real quick. There's only a few games this week coming up, not too many, but yeah. So right now you can get on the channel, you can check out Gotham Knights, and I do want to get into that a little bit. I do want to say up front, people who are saying that it's not even worth an hour of your time, I don't agree with that. That's extremely disingenuous to say an hour into the game, it's hot ass. An hour into the game, you haven't even experienced the game yet. Like in totality at all. Got a feel for it or anything like that, right? And more and more people are coming to find out that it's a little bit more. Gotham Knights is definitely a little bit more deeper than people may have anticipated, and that could throw people off. But so there's been that I've thrown in there. Like you mentioned, also the First Ascendant, they released that on the 20th. And so I've been trying to get into that. I've got about 6 hours into it right now. It's a beta. It's only on Steam currently. And I'm having a really good time with the game, right? And I kind of wanted to talk about it right here on this section so the audio listeners can get it too, right? The First Ascendant is a third-person looter shooter. It reminds me of a few different games, and I'm going to try to explain it the best way possible here, and then we'll kind of go from there, right? Now, I'll be completely honest with you, because this is a beta, I have not paid attention to what the story is for real or anything like that. I've been wanting to get into it, just experience what the gameplay is like, get an overall gist of what is going on around me and the mechanics and everything, just experience the game, because I will take my time and really see if they have a good story and everything with it. I do like the concept up front, I can say that, but I'll experience the full story when it comes out on full release. But this game reminds me of a few different games mashed into one, or if they had a baby of some kind. So the games that I'm going to mention, and maybe you have seen these games, or maybe you haven't. If you haven't, I would definitely suggest going to check out some gameplay of these games that I'm going to mention. One, I'm going to say Outriders. It is very Outriders-ish. At least how the game is set up, how they present the enemies to you. I also mean that in the way that the game wants you to be aggressive, right? It wants you to go in there and slaughter these enemies, because if you do not, you will not have any meds to pick up, period. That is how the game works. The same exact mechanics as Outriders. Except in this, it seems to be a little bit more forgiving. In a lot of, so it's like, if you know how to use your skills, you can take out a group of enemies, like you might see in this gameplay clip. I got about 90 minutes or more of me getting into the first Ascendant. When you put your skills together, like for an example, the character that I'm using, I have a kind of like what's a flux grenade or a gravity grenade where I can pull the enemies in. Right? And it does it within like 100-meter radius. It has a good range on it. So it'll pull all the enemies in, and then I have a normal grenade that also, if I use my other ability, so my third ability, which enhances both of my skills, I could pop that third ability, enhance my skills, use the gravity vortex or whatever, then throw the grenade, and boom, there's a big explosion. Everybody's on fire. So there's kind of those kind of mechanics. So I'm breaking it down that way to kind of give you an idea of how this game works, right? Now, this is the only character that I've used thus far. Bunny is going to be the next one that I've used. I think his name is Lapel or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But the other game too, so right now I said Outriders, that's one. The other game too is Warframe. The way that the game sets it up, and I don't mean Warframe as far as like, oh, you don't know what's really going on, you can't understand it. Like you can understand the base mechanics of this game pretty quick. It doesn't take much. It's very straightforward. If you've played looters before, this game, it's like, yeah, they call it different things, and you do need to pay attention and read, but if you pay attention, you have an idea and it can make sense of what's going on. So it's not overly complicated. Exactly like Sly Crow said in the chat, the big scale of the maps, that's the other thing with Outriders where it's kind of different, to where you go into the open world where it's like Warframe 2, and even Lost Planet in that fact, you go out into the open world, right? Or Anthem is another one too, because it has some of those similarities. And I only put Anthem in there because Anthem, one, because of how the world is set up, one, but two, also how the guns are right now. There's not any real variance between like your beam rifles, your assault rifles, your submachine guns, your snipe, they all feel the same. So there's different levels of them, but they all feel exactly the same. Right? So no sniper feels different from another sniper. They have different elements and stuff like that. And that can be okay, but it depends on how they end up doing it. Now, I don't know if I've gotten any exotic, anything like that. I don't think I have. I think I might have picked up a mod or something like that was up of a higher echelon. But it has, my point in all this, it has all these similarities of these different games, and it's doing a lot of things right, but it also is going to fall into a conversation that we're going to have later with Gotham Knights. The optimization on this game is ass. I'm not even going to lie to you. They're doing a lot of beautiful and amazing things. I do not understand how this game is going to run on an Xbox One or PlayStation 4. This game does not need to release on those consoles. They're going to I like what they're doing here. Bro, when I tell you, you can literally be on the open world, just finish a mission, you can teleport right back to base whenever you want. Nice. Go right back out instantly. And I'm telling you, like the load time is literally 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, back home. But then you want to leave back out. 1, 2, 3, you back out in the field, running around, doing missions.
That's important. Yeah.
The other thing too, the world is empty. If you're not doing missions, there's nothing else going on. Nothing. There's no beauty. There's nothing. I have played 6 hours and I I don't, maybe maybe I haven't opened up enough of the game, but the game has literally made me go from mission to now. It's kept me consistent. So it's like, I can't complain about there nothing being there, because if I'm going mission to mission, I'm always running into enemies, right?
Yeah.
Starting up the next mission, I got a bunch of loot. Oh, I gotta go back home. I gotta turn my stuff in. I gotta sell it. Or I gotta upgrade some stuff. Or, oh, my character went up a mastery rank. Oh, so wow, I have all these other systems in place for my actual character. Oh wow, now I got these mods I need to look at and break down. Oh, there's this guy now that, oh, if I sell him mods, he gives me so there's more systems, and so I've been so distracted by the actual core concepts of the game. It's hard for me to complain about the world not having much in it, especially as I've been going from mission to mission. Again, since the game is early, there are some things that are working really well for it. I love the gameplay. I love the gun mechanics. I actually like this game at least 5 times more than I like Outriders up front. It just feels better. It's just something about, maybe it's the world, maybe it's the art style. Maybe it's just how the game feels. It also has very heavy auto aim. This is something else that I need to adjust, but it also is, you can adjust it yourself. So it feels, when you're using the controller, like for me on PC, it feels very snappy. So it's not like you're working too hard. I do feel like I have to work to get my aim off of the enemy sometimes. That's really weird. But other than that, the game overall feels like it could be a good game from Nexon, right? And Nexon seems to be on this track. If they do hit this one and the other one, I can't remember the name of it right now. But if they hit that one too, then they have a lot of potential for, especially these online games. The other thing too, because I mentioned Destiny. I don't know if I mentioned to you, Pong, or if I mentioned to somebody else. This has like those Destiny feels, like that hub world kind of thing going on. Where, in Destiny, where you wanted to experience that, you see people out in the world, you constantly fighting, and you have those moments. This has that. So like, as you're doing missions and things, you'll see people out in the world running to their missions or doing whatever the case. You also get people that automatically can join on you. So that's one thing. But again, the game is quite far from being ready. And honestly, if it comes out within the next year, I don't know if that's going to do well for it, because it's not doing enough within itself to distinguish itself from other games other than being third person, right? It has a lot of mechanics. It has a lot taken from a lot of different things from a lot of different games. It's a cool concept. I like the art style. The story could be pretty solid. It's futuristic, and it feels good.
Do you think it'll be good in co-op?
I think it'll be amazing in co-op.
Okay.
I haven't played it with in co-op or anything like that, but I do think it'll be a good time in co-op, because the enemies do scale to your party and everything else, so it's a good time, and there's a lot of synergy there to where, like for an example, they got a guy that has a shield that he can run up and he can do a bash on the ground. Like there's, there is a lot of fun to be had in a co-op experience, but with PvE multiplayer games, you have to give us something to chase. And the problem with this game is the same thing that Anthem had, is that there's nothing to make you feel like it's worth the grind or worth the chase, at least from what I've seen thus far. It's all very samey. I'm getting another gun. I'm getting a sniper just to get another sniper. Oh, I need an ice sniper. Oh, I need a fire sniper. They all shoot the same.
Right.
That's what I mean.
That's kind of disappointing. I mean, I was hoping more, obviously, because from what we saw, it was crazy. It looked great. And it was looking like it had the potential, and there's still time, obviously, for them to add stuff, to fix stuff. But I'm just afraid it's one of those games that's going to come out and people are going to give up on it too early because like you said, it's empty, which is rightfully so. There's plenty of other games to play right now.
I think people will give up on it for performance reasons before anything else. 100%. Because there's one thing, the game looks very fuzzy. I have a 3080 Ti, ladies and gentlemen. I have a 12-core processor. Like, I'm multitasking and doing things, but like, point is, my computer can handle it, right? I'm running at max settings at 1080p, and the game is fuzzy. It's
Yeah, that's
actually
not good.
the way that it's coming up for you guys on stream, and it might not even be as clear as it is as I'm looking at it. But the gameplay that I recorded is actually sharper and cleaner than the gameplay
So,
when I was playing.
when you're live, yeah.
Which isn't a good thing, right?
No.
So there's maybe there's a resolution issue there, because they don't give you a whole lot of options for me to change or anything like that. So there could be another thing there where they have it set up a certain way, and because it's just literally low, medium, high, and pick one, auto. Oh, okay,
Right.
there you go, and that's all I can change. So my biggest disappointment is if they keep last gen, because I can see how the last gen console is going to hold this game back. This game is doing too much. I also have this game on an SSD, so that's another thing maybe to throw in there. The loads, there can be quite a few loading screens in this game.
Did they confirm if this is free to play?
Yes, this is a free to play game. This is going to be a free to play game. That's why they're using that Warframe model to where, because when you build your characters, you do have to wait 8 hours for that character to be made, right? So I mean, but for me, if you're familiar with Warframe or any games like that where you have to wait time for something to be done, of course you could just go grind out your character, go do some missions, whatever the case. You just want to be able to play with that character right then.
Right.
So that's part of that thing that they're going to be playing with. And how the other thing that's going to matter is how they're going to introduce that ecosystem.
Yep.
Is there going to be a market in place? Is there a trade system? How are these things going to work? I don't know. There's a lot going for it. The gameplay is cool, but the game is fuzzy, and there's really bad frame pacing, and there's a really bad frame issues in some scenes. Just being in the open world, not really around much. Not so much when I'm in combat, which is really weird for these games, man. It's like when you're in combat, it's one thing, even though I'm still in the open world, but then when I'm out of combat, now it's a problem. And it's really just optimization. It's the same thing with Gotham Knights. The only issue is optimization, 100%. But that's either way. That's pretty much been what I've been into. Modern Warfare also is going to be the cherry on top that I put on there. I've had a really good time playing that campaign. Now I will say that it's not anything that I'm like over the moon about. I'm not like, oh man, this is the greatest thing I've ever experienced. But it did give me some of those original Modern Warfare 2 feels from when I played the campaign back then. And they are telling the story differently, of course, and doing things differently. And it definitely has me pulled in. I'm probably about maybe halfway over halfway. I just got down into some alleys, maybe the people that know what I'm talking about there, where I'm trying to craft some things. maybe people know what I'm talking about with that. I'm trying not to give away too much because it is a cool part. Leading up to that it's a really good time. The one thing I will say is this definitely is Call of Duty trying to set a standard for what they want their games to look like, at least campaign wise. A lot of the guys in the chat, I talked with Mav and Jasper, Lord Master Jasper, about this last night, and it's literally like it's a TV show, it's a movie, it's pretty much seamless. Like, of course, when it's a game, you could tell it's a game, but it's not enough to pull you out of the experience. It's like literally, it's like one of those Netflix games where you're like making the choices or whatever, but you're in full control. You're the person that's in first person, shooting, doing everything, and it feels really good. I'm not playing on veteran. I kind of talked myself down from there. I was like, I'm not really trying to sweat, trying to play this campaign. I want to be able to play it, get through it, and be done with it, because Call of Duty campaign is just, I like these stories, but I also have an issue because the pacing is off to me in this game, in the story, at least for me. It's like, for me, I want the action to be consistent, and the action is not necessarily, especially in the sniper mission, it throws it off a little bit. And I think what really gets me more so than anything, like they said, they advanced the AI. Where? Because I still get the same things with the AI that I got back in the day. Like in the first mission, when they come flooding out of the house, they're fucking flooding and just sitting there. Or For another example, when I'm shooting at somebody, they're looking at the whole other direction, and then I get sniped by them. Like I see the bullet come towards, I'm like,
that was my one nip. That was
I'm
one
like,
of
bro,
my
what are
few
we?
nitpicks was the AI.
I'm sitting there like, bro, what are we doing? Or the AI come out, just be like, just stand there.
Just stand there. Yeah, that's the one that I've seen.
I'm
Look
like,
around the corner and
bro.
a dude just standing there holding his weapon, just staring at you.
Another fantastic example, bro. I accidentally alerted these guys. I got away. They just fucking flooded up the stairs one by one.
Yep.
I hit them with the pump. Boosh. Just taking them out one by one. They just kept coming up. I was like, all right, well, I mean, I guess y'all ain't gonna stop. Y'all ain't gonna do something different. That's not next level AI to me. And that matters in those experiences because I was in until I noticed the AI. And I noticed the AI frequently being off. And it takes me out of the experience. Now the game feels good and it looks good, but looks are just one thing. The game feeling good is, man, I'm glad it feels good. But bro, the next level experience, the next gen experience is you making me feel like I'm in that world. And when the AI, when I've seen better from other games, Call of Duty, that are first person shooters, shot the Rainbow, for an example, when I've seen better from bots in Halo, come on. Just make it make more sense.
It's going to be different for everybody though, Steel. It's going to be, right? It's going to be because and I agree, again, the AI was one of the nitpicks, but for me, it's the story. For me, it's the acting.
It's
for
the
me,
story? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that you like or don't like?
That I like.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say.
Again,
whoa.
No. I've been playing games for too long. So for me, AI, I've been around since dumb AI was invented.
Right.
So for me, it's like, yeah, I totally agree with you that AI is the next step in a lot of these games to actually bring more reality to each scenario. But for me, this game, this campaign plays out like a TV series.
Yeah, no, it does. It definitely does.
And that's how it progresses. And I understand what you're saying. You want to just be thrown in the action and it's broken up. But it's like they're taking you from scene to scene in a TV show, right? And so you're in all these different areas. You're playing with different characters. You're experiencing different parts of the world, all that stuff. So for me, I don't lose it just because of the AI, but I do agree the AI is not. Like they went through that whole kind of behind the scenes that dev diary where they broke down the new AI, and I was playing. I'm like,
and that's what I was thinking about when I was watching and when I'm playing, and I'm like, okay. I mean, it's definitely good in some areas. I mean, of course, making the AI accurate, bro. I've been experiencing that since since the very first Halo on Legendary. I don't care about the AI being accurate. That's a given, right? You play harder difficulty, more easy to get one tapped, you get sniped across the map, whatever the case, it happens. Well, it comes with the expectation. But in this, it's just like, it just throws it off a little bit for me. But everything else across the board, it's a solid experience. But it's nothing that's like, it's not overly gripping to me where I was just like, oh man, I really need to hammer this out. But I do find myself to where when I get into it, I'm in there for a while, right? Until I get pulled back out for whatever reason. And again, it's not because of the story or the visuals or anything like that. It's more so the little nuances, which is why like a lot of these military shooters become very samey, where it's like the anticipation, oh, we're going to go in this house, we're going to clear it out. Oh, and now, again, that's one thing they do really well in this game, though, to where it does give me that, where I want a Black Hawk Down game. Call of Duty needs to do their version of Black Hawk Down. I need that. Like, just reenact the whole movie, start to finish, in a game. Let me control it. I think that experience would be freaking amazing. But that's how it made me kind of feel, where it was intense. It was the pressure, I'm checking around corners because, especially on the harder difficulties, it's like you get tapped too many times, you're dead. So I'm going around corners, we're filing through, everybody's taking their time. It's a good experience overall for sure for the campaign. But I'll definitely be glad when I'm done.
It makes me want a classic Rainbow Six again.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
What that game originally, if you guys never played like Vegas or whatever else on Clancy, that's the way Clancy started out.
Yeah.
That's the way, Rainbow Six. You go all the way back where you had to breach the doors. You had to be careful. Every movement was death if you weren't paying attention. Like those clearing the room scenes. And I know why they did so many of them in this one, because everybody loved them in Modern Warfare 19, which I agree. It's a full, when you got night scope on and you're clearing out a building, again, this game, the level they brought the graphics up to and the character models, you feel like you're in that moment. Like it is tense. It is tense and it feels good. The character models for me, Steel, and the acting are just off the charts. Like it's unbelievable. Like there's uncanniness to the character models and the cutscenes. Like really, some of these, I'm like, if you squint, it looks like a TV show or a movie. Like you're like, holy shit, this is so damn good. So that's what I'm enjoying about it. Again, the story, I love the updated story so far. I'm loving the characters that they've brought in. Even the enemies, I'm really loving them as well. And the story, how it's developing, has got me hooked. And so for me, that's what it's all about. So just two different perspectives. Everybody's gonna have different feelings. Call of Duty. Listen, well, a lot of people enjoy the campaigns. A lot of people, that's what they play, but they've been Call of Duty campaigns. I don't think that there's ever been one that's been like put the whole package together where it's like, oh, this is one of the greatest games of all time just in the campaign. It's always been about the multiplayer afterwards.
Right.
But I think this one does raise the bar. It does raise the bar.
Yeah, it's definitely about the total experience. And I think this Call of Duty, again, is definitely, like you had mentioned earlier, this is Infinity War back in prime form. Again, it's hard. It's also difficult to say that it's just Infinity War just because they've had all the studios working on this game. So it's kind of like, I would hope that this game is going to be good when it comes out, right? That the campaign is good and the multiplayer is good. This is one of those things where like, hey, maybe Halo needed this. Literally everybody jumping on to get hands, because this is literally going to be the best Call of Duty that's ever been released. The biggest, the multiplayer is chef's kiss. This campaign, bro, when I first picked up that sniper and I was just looking like down the side, I was like, yo, this game looks fucking crazy. It's a good looking game, man.
Great looking game.
Call of Duty did their thing this year, again, giving you a complete experience with multiplayer and campaign. They did a smart thing. I think more multiplayer games should do this, something of this ilk, right? To where you're getting that story out early so people can talk about it. You starting the conversation, and all that does is build hype for people around them. Maybe they don't play the campaign, but if people know that there is a multiplayer component there and they're hearing good things and people get excited about the campaign, they know that more people are going to be attracted to it, more people are going to be playing. And as a multiplayer gamer, that's what you want, right? You want as many people in that pool as possible. And look, fortunately or unfortunately, look, I've been down on COD, but this one, it's A1. So.
And you could tell, Steve, more people are talking about than I've seen in a long time. Call of Duty on Twitter. I've seen more people jumping back into it, more people seeing the screenshots, seeing the game clips out there and saying, oh, wow, okay, well, maybe I need to rethink. Maybe I need to hop back into Call of Duty. And it shows. I mean, shout out to Benji Sales. He put out stats yesterday. It's averaging, the early access campaign on Steam is averaging nearly 100,000, 100,000 active players, which, again, for an early access where you got to pre-order it campaign mode to have nearly 100,000 people playing it on Steam alone, that's saying something. Like he said, this thing is going to be absolutely gargantuan when it finally drops next week. This game is going to be the holiday game outside of God of War for the Sony players. Obviously, this is going to be the game that everybody's playing
Sonic
this season. Yeah, and Sonic.
Yeah, Sonic.
And Sonic.
Yeah.
Sonic will get a
COD and Sonic.
Yeah.
God of War is gonna be it's gonna struggle to sell 5 million copies. No, it's not. It's gonna fucking the way people have been talking about it, and is they're definitely gonna bundle that game quick. As great as people are freaking great as people are saying. Again, I know people. I know people are talking about, oh, it's DLC and everything else, but it's exactly what you want from the second iteration of a game, from what I've seen, right?
And if the previews are anything to go by, and we'll talk about it a little bit maybe later, but the previews, if what the preview from everybody that's got it, look, this is going to be a huge game. So in fact, we got a VGC reviewer who says it's on an OLED, it's like playing a PS6 game. What's a PS6 game? I have no idea, but the hype is real. Like, that's what I'm getting to.
All they're doing is complimenting the first game assets and the fact that they were able to make it even better. Nice.
Nice.
Okay. That's what's up, man. I'm glad they made it look good. And one thing I will say before we kind of roll to the next area, hey, let's not put 40 frames in a 120 hertz mode. You haven't even hit 60 yet. Why isn't just put it into 60 mode?
But it feels
performance mode. No, but you can call performance mode that's where you get 40 frames.
It's because still you have to have 120.
It has to have it opened up so you can be able to do that.
Order to do
but
that.
you could also just call that performance mode like you do for 60 and just let it say, okay, it's kind of unlocked to whatever it can get to, right? Instead of just being like, oh, 40. Like, I don't know. I just don't like the fact that we're going from 30 to now we're trying to find a fine point with 40. And that's not a fine point. The point is we want you to feel your games. Again, I don't want to go on a rant just yet. I'll leave it alone because I could literally go on about this for a while. It really bothers me. But it's either here or there. It's an option.
Better than 30. Bro, it does.
It does. But
it does.
You might as well just give me the extra 20. You might as well just give me the other 20.
All right, we'll save it. We'll get into it. Let's get the upcoming games this week. Not a big list this week.
No, not at all.
Of course, obviously headlined by Call of Duty. Obviously dropping in full to everybody this week coming up. But let's get down to business here. We've got a blast from the past this week. Nobody's been talking about this. If I wasn't on a budget, I'd pick this up just cause.
Really?
This is my childhood. This is my childhood right here. Garbage Pail Kids, Mad Mike, and the Quest for Stale Gum is dropping for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on the 25th of October. If you guys are in my age group, if you're Gen Xer, you know how big Garbage Pail Kids were. I still got my Garbage Pail collection boxed away somewhere. Garbage Pail Kids for a while was everything. We were trading them at school. We were bringing them in. Man, if you had the first series, oh my God, you were rich because nobody could find them except for the really, really, what do I want to say, entitled kids.
Well off?
Right? They got them. Huh?
Well off?
Yeah, well off.
Yeah,
because you had to go to some specialty stores to find the first series. First series wasn't around everywhere. My third series, it was everywhere. So, but man, it was everything. So I can't wait. This is a platforming game coming out of Retro Entertainment. Digital Eclipse is the developer. Publishers I Am 8-Bit Presents. So yeah, if you got some Garbage Pail memories, man, hey, you got a game coming. I can't.
This is on NES, PC, Switch, Xbox One.
Yeah, it's on everything, bro. It's on everything. And then we got Saturn. Okay, I'm gonna do this right. Saturnalia coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation
Indie
4,
horror.
Xbox One, Switch. Huh?
Indie horror.
Yeah, indie horror. I think we saw a preview of this somewhere. Developed by Santa Region and published by Santa Region. It's an adventure game, horror, mature. So that's coming out on the 27th. So you got another.
And it's a roguelike. It's a roguelike horror game.
There we go.
That's not what that would be heart attack inducing for me.
Why? You want to keep replaying the levels over and over again, Steel. And then we got another indie game that I have been waiting on for a long time. And this is classic horror. This is Resident Evil 1 type horror, more psychological than anything, but in the old style, 8-bit, 16-bit style. Signalus is coming to PlayStation 4, coming to Xbox One, coming to Switch, PC, and it is also coming to Game Pass. This is part of the Humble Bundle Game Pass complete slate that we're getting, which they announced last year as part of the deal. But Signalus, if you're looking for that classic horror in a sci-fi setting in the 8-bit, 16-bit style, play Signalus. It is I watched a video on it the other day. Bro, I'm all about this game. So I'm going to be playing this. It looks awesome. Go check this out. It's got a fantastic artistic style to it that really can't be described. Almost like Outer Worlds, or not Outer Worlds. I always get the two mixed up too. Why can't I think of it? What's the Worlds game from back in the day? God dang it. Anyways, go check it out. You'll see what I mean. It looks awesome. I can't wait. Then another game, Star Ocean: The Divine Force. I am a Star Ocean fan from back in the day. It's one of the greatest JRPG franchises, hands down. Now, this is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC on October 20th. Now, there was a demo which I did not try out for this game, but I did read some people's impressions. This thing has performance issues. A lot of people are saying if they are not fixed, it's going to be the downfall of this game. This game is already going to be lost in the shuffle unless you are an old Star Ocean fan. People are going to skip over this one. Oh, it's another JRPG. Listen, Tri-Ace was one of my favorite JRPG developers from the back in the day. If you were around during the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, Dreamcast era, they were Saturn. They put out games a lot. They put out a lot of JRPGs. What happened is they got relegated to the AA JRPG. They used to be up there with the Square Enixes. Like the Star Oceans back in the day were on par with your Final Fantasies. But then they never made it to that next level. And so their budgets never met what was happening as the gaming industry moved forward. So if you look at this game, you're going to see at times it looks gorgeous. And then you're going to look at it other times and say, God, is this like a PS3 game? Like there's certain things that they just don't do because they don't have the budget. But Tri-Ace is amazing. I'm eventually going to come around to playing this game. I'll probably be getting it on sale. It's published by Square Enix. But Star Ocean: The Divine Force, I'm hoping the performance stuff is fixed and the bugs are fixed because I know a lot of people are talking about
an issue here recently with a lot of games, man. It's not good.
It is. And then a big one for Switch. Now, there was a lot of Steel and I ended the show last week with me bringing it up as it was breaking news. Bayonetta 3 drops on the 28th, of course. We had the previous Bayonetta voice actress come out and basically say boycott this game, threw out a bunch of allegations against Platinum and Nintendo about what they had offered her. Now, this week, we did get some updates. Steel and I are probably not going to get into this today, but Jason Schreier got a hold of documentation, as he does, confirming that she was offered more than she was claiming. And so there's been a lot of back and forth. She brought Jennifer Hale, the new voice of Bayonetta, who is an amazing actress herself.
No slouch, yeah.
Got her involved.
Not cheap either.
Got her involved by borderline slandering her for taking the role, which look, and Jennifer Hale is well respected in this industry. She is not the person that you can come out and make comments about without getting some pushback on, because people love Jennifer Hale. She's not that person who is a backstabber or any. She is well respected. She's under NDA. She can't talk about it. She put out a statement this week as well stating, look, I'm under NDA. I can't talk about it, but she's like, I think my reputation speaks for myself. I have no ill will here whatsoever. So a lot of that went down this week. Bayonetta 3 is going to be huge for Switch. I'm jealous of all the Switch players. I love Bayonetta. This is again, Platinum Games. You can hate them. And, Kamiya did his thing this week as well, went out and insulted all the gamers again, then deleted his account on Twitter. Look, you can hate Platinum Games. For me, they're the ultimate home run hitter. You got a 50-50 chance every game of it being great.
Right.
Bayonetta, they've always hit on. So Bayonetta 3, I'm expecting nothing less but greatness. I've heard some preview talk about this game. People are saying this could be Game of the Year contender. We'll wait and see. It's on Switch. It's on the October 28th. If you got a Switch, I'm jealous of you. Go play Bayonetta if you love that type of game. Bayonetta is one of the best examples of that Devil May Cry style game.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
It's a good time. There's no telling how they're going to switch it up with this one. I do think the only unfortunate part about it is that the game, we want to talk about games being held back. The design of this game was going to be held back by this hardware.
By the Switch.
And that's kind of upsetting because I would be heartfelt to see a Bayonetta get a true console, like a true Xbox, PlayStation 5, or maybe just in a PC adaptation. I think it would blow people's minds.
Yeah,
they have a lot they could do with that. Bayonetta is, I know, like it always gets compared to Devil May Cry, rightfully so. It's very similar, basically the same thought as far as like combat and everything. But there is a lot of other things that you could do with Bayonetta they haven't done with Devil May Cry, and I think they should lean on that over the topness that she can kind of reach into.
And for me, I like the story more. I like Devil May Cry's story, but I like Bayonetta's story. I think that she's it's too bad she's locked to one console. What I'm gonna
it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's so messed up.
Deserves more. So, but it is what it is. And then, of course, as I said, October 28th as well, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 full launch, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. That's right, it's here. This is it's going to have it all, multiplayer, everything. The only thing we got to wait on is Warzone 2.0, which is coming in November. But this is the full boat. It's going to be gigantic. There is no question about it. This is going to be the top selling game for the rest of the year. Guaranteed, unless they screwed up the multiplayer from the beta. I don't know how they could, but unless they screw that up, this is going to be.
They better not. They've made it better, right? Because
they made it better. As far as third person
the one thing that I was commenting about that I was just like, bro, this just doesn't makes no sense. They changed. And I was like, yo, this is going to be the greatest game of all time. You said in third person multiplayer, you don't have to, bro. It's going to be A1. It's going to be a good time. It gives more versatility to that mode. It's going to be so much more, it's going to be much more friendly to everybody, right? It's going to be one of those things that anybody and everybody can jump in and out of and then kind of go from there, man.
And they got so many modes for everybody. The ground war is playing more like Battlefield than it used to. Like Mav said, it's a mix. It's a perfect mix of Call of Duty and Battlefield. Ground war, they've seemingly have figured it out, the balance. So that's going to be they've got so many modes. Everybody's going to have something to play in this game.
Right.
So again, Call of Duty is going to be gigantic. And then the Resident Evil Reverse showing up for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. This is the Resident Evil multiplayer mode. I don't know who's going to be playing this, but I'm sure there's going to be some fanatic Resident Evil fans that love this mode. And that drops October 28th. And then Resident Evil Village is coming to the Switch and Mac. So if you've been rocking a Mac, you can play Resident Evil Village. And of course, it's coming streaming to the Switch. It's not going to be native by any stretch of the imagination. And then also the Winter's expansion for Village is also dropping. So again, if you love the Village, Resident Evil Village, you're getting your expansion. It looks amazing. Maybe Steele and I get into a little bit. I watched the Resident Evil showcase. Bro, 4. Yo, Leon has never looked so good.
Is it 4 co-op?
No.
It's 5 that was co-op?
Right, 4 is still your single player classic. Gotcha. But the upgrade that they are doing, like 2 and 3 set a bar, but 4
another bar.
Yeah. Bro, hands down. They showed a ton of gameplay. For a remake, hands down. They are going all out, balls to the wall here for Resident Evil 4. This is looking absolutely stunning. I can't wait. I don't know. Again, older horror games that I could play, when they update them, like Dead Space, like now that I'm watching more videos, I'm like,
yeah, but that's my point. Like, I don't.
Are we pushing the limits of me and my horror experience? Because, yeah, like back in the day, how they had to make them and the limitations that they had made it okay for me to play. now without limitations, like they're making these games like really, really freaky, man. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see though. I'm excited. So that's all the games for this upcoming week, Steel.
Hey, there we go. Nice. Well, guys, there's something there for somebody to be excited about for sure. Definitely for me. I've been debating about getting into Resident Evil off and on. Yeah, I'm not much of a Resident Evil nut or anybody serious about it, right? I've always been interested in the story off and on, but I'm also somebody that actually liked the movies for what they were. Oh,
yeah, so did
I thought Mila was okay. A lot of people don't.
I love Mila.
A lot of people are like, that's not Resident Evil. And I was
It's not, but it
oh,
is what it is. Resident Evil could be a lot of different things. That's the cool part.
I was like, the one thing I've always learned about Resident Evil is this shit ain't cohesive. Like, ain't nothing cohesive about that shit. Somebody just picks up the IP and is like, oh, let me tell a story. There's like 3 games that are like cohesive, it feels like.
From what I saw on the Netflix show.
Yeah, yeah.
That wasn't it.
But man, that's why they canceled it. But neither here or there. Definitely something there for everybody. Something to pay attention to. Always love to see with new games coming out. And man, COD just being a week away. That multiplayer, that juicy multiplayer is right around the corner. I'm hyped for that.
I just gotta say, Steel, real quick. Yeah. I gotta appreciate everybody rocking out with us again. Had some technical issues. On top of the Gaming Circle podcast, having a freaking amazing guest in Jez Corden. So, but we appreciate everybody rocking out with us, coming and finding us this morning again after our problem. Splendiferous, Talos Ray, Brother Psycho Knox is in the house. Rescue Squad Pulp. We got Jesse B in here. We got Tim the Sorcerer still hanging out. We got Silent Cypher. What's going on, brother? Andrew Cullinane still here. General Spartan 27. RWK 88. We appreciate every single one of you jumping back in here with us, even through our problems. Hopefully, I know the stream early on was doing its weird thing again, stopping and starting, but it looks like we've been pretty solid now for a while. But we appreciate every single one of you for hanging out with me and Steel, and we're hopefully going to get a full show in, as always. So, Steel, where are we going next, brother?
I think we should go straight into some smoke, right? I think this conversation is going to go a few different directions. We're actually going to probably end up talking about this for a while, because it kind of goes into the 30 FPS and the performance and everything else. But it because it also came out this week. But well, yes,
it's all because of the Series S.
Oh, that's the only reason. That's the only reason why it's happening.
That's it, man.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, Gotham Knights, man. So Gotham Knights is a game that has been very controversial since the start, right? And I say controversial because in the beginning, when we first saw the trailers of Gotham Knights and everything, the game was looking really good, right? At least from what people were anticipating. They're like, oh, it's Arkham style. I feel like it's gonna be really good. I mean, we have questions about the combat though. The
early trailers were a little questionable.
Yeah, but overall the game looked good, right? I mean, that wasn't something to take away from. But the combat is very questionable. We were like, oh, I don't know how this combat's gonna be. Looks really slow. Man, I don't know how they're gonna fix that. So they released more gameplay, and at least to me, it gave me enough information for me to be on board. They first showed that first, I believe, story section with Batgirl. I believe that's what they used. That kind of solidified me within the game, right? Along with some co-op sections that they showed with Nightwing and Robin, their uses of Red Hood. The one thing that always had me worried was the Bat Cycle, right? The reason why the Bat Cycle had me worried is because I could tell from the trailers that it was bland, that it was going to be boring, that there wasn't much use to it. I was hoping that wasn't going to be the case, but that was my feeling when I saw it. Lo and behold, we get the game, and that's exactly the case. The Bat Cycle does not have the same effect as the Batmobile does. And I know a lot of people are expecting for the game to have that same feeling of Arkham Knight, because it's constantly being compared to, and it should, right? It's very fair to compare this game to Arkham Knight because this is Gotham Knights, you're using the same kind of world. I know this is a completely different timeline, nothing to do with the Arkham series. Again, that's why Gotham looks the way that it does. That's why the art style, is not the same as Arkham, as the Arkham series was. The art style is not the same. And I know a lot of people are using that as the main reason to say why this game doesn't look good. The one thing, maybe you guys have rose-tinted glasses on, or maybe you forgot about Arkham Knight or just the Arkham series overall. The Arkham series open world, yes, it was beautiful and it looked good. And again, that was all art style. That's how they created it. And I do say that world feels more like Gotham, or more like what I would expect out of a Batman game than what we're getting out of Gotham Knights. But we also have to understand they had 3 games to build up that environment. From the first game, they kind of were letting you know the direction that they were going. As far as that dark, real gritty, real all over the place, there's mayhem going on. Other thing too, Arkham's open world, there's not very much going on in it. I know people try to make it seem like, oh, this game, there's not much going on in the open world. What Arkham game is there much going on in the open world then, other than side missions again, mundane side missions that are extremely repetitive? You cannot tell me you've played an Arkham game and not felt like you were doing the same things over and over again. Actually, I think that's one of the reasons Pong felt like he put it down one time, because it felt repetitive in some sections with the Batman game. So to use repetitiveness as an argument in this game, one, I understand, because it shouldn't be there. You should learn from the game. You should learn from the previous iterations, right? Hey, maybe
let me ask you this, let me ask you real quick. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I don't want to break your train of thought, but I want to get to the point that you just made about the city overall.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, there's a lot less enemies in this.
Oh no, that is a fact.
Our Arkham, you couldn't spit and not hit an enemy. Like,
well,
in the
I don't
city.
know, because Arkham City, and I just played these games, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
The only one that is a little bit further removed is Arkham Knight. So if I speak ill on it, but from what I can remember, Arkham Knight wasn't much different from Arkham City as far as how the city was set up. There was more stuff that you can do, and it was more.
But I'm just talking about, as you're driving around, you could always find somebody to fight.
Yeah, 100%.
In this game, I've seen a lot of videos of people just driving around.
No, there's the open world. No,
okay.
And that aspect is very true. Yes. So that's why I was kind of getting to. Like, I wanted to lead with, like, hey, using repetitiveness as a reason why this game is not great. It's not a reason, because the other Arkham games are like the other Batman games are extreme. Spider-Man is fucking repetitive. You're literally doing the same type of missions over and over and over again. Like, that's
superhero games.
It's a superhero game, right? Like, there's only so much that you can do, because I don't know, maybe nobody has a better idea, and I don't have a better idea of side missions that you can create other than look at Cyberpunk or something. I don't know. Like,
that's all you can do.
That's really all you can do, unless you're going to give me more options to become a villain, or, like, I don't know. Like, there's only so many things that you could do with it, right? So that's not a knock on it. And again, that's not something that I take away from it personally. Now, like you said, Pong, I'll start off with, like, the traversal of the game. I have about 8 hours into the game, right? Now, I'm gonna get into traversal, but the other thing too is that if anybody's telling you that the game is not worth an hour of your time, just stop listening to them. I saw a ton of videos that said, hey, I played this game for an hour and it's not good. An hour into the game, you're not even getting anything yet. You're not even getting the full experience yet. The first 15 minutes of the game are enticing. It leads with Batman. No, you don't get to control it, but it leads with Batman, and it's really cool. I'm not going to say what happens. I'll let you guys watch it if you want. But it's really dope. It gives you a reason to be enticed, to be pulled in. And then that first hour is pretty gripping. And again, I have about 8 hours in, so that's kind of the perspective that I'm going to be coming from. The other thing that I've seen about, and this is why I'm bringing up the whole the gliding mechanics, or just the traversal mechanics overall, is that people were like, oh, I gotta do a million other things before I can even traverse through the city. I have to use this bike, or I have to point hop like I do in Spider-Man from place to place. That's the only options I have. And look, that's a fair critique, because it is. I don't understand why they locked the traversal behind the knight category, or whatever the case may be, because it does kind of take away, and I can understand why that can turn some people off from the experience, because when you jump off a building, you're using Batgirl, you're like, man, why can't I just put where my cape at? I got my cape on my back, why can't I, fly? And they make you earn it. Now, it's not necessarily a turn off for me, and yes, Tim, I am playing Gotham Knights on PC. But that's not a turn off for me, but it could be a turn off for other people, which I can understand why people are like, oh, well, I don't understand why they did that. It doesn't make any sense. For me, I think some people are making extremely over dramatic, because it's not bad. Like, if you follow the pace of what the game's trying to do, it's not bad. Like, my first night, I went out, did some missions, fought a bunch of people. I like to clear out the map. Once you give me a map and you give me different icons, I like to go knock out all the special colored icons just to get that out of the way, and then turn in, I want to say maybe a night, or maybe a couple missions later, I have my glider. Like, I haven't a lot. So I don't know. Maybe it was just me and the way that I played it. Again, I do have my live gameplay up of it. I don't believe I have it up to the point where I got my glider. But you can see, and during my whole gameplay, not once did I complain about me not having a glider, right? But that's just me. Again, everybody plays games differently. The one thing that I will really hold this game, the one thing that I really put the chokehold on this game about is the performance, is the optimization. Tim the Sorcerer says Gotham Knights is not the same team that made Arkham series, right? Maybe they had trouble reusing assets. No, it's not the same team. It's Rocksteady, and that's the other thing. Like, guys, like, you also have to look at what are you expecting from what studio? You know what to expect from Rocksteady, right? Like, that, they're A1. WB Montreal, I'm not saying that they're not good, but they're not Rocksteady as far as devs goes, when you look at them side by side, right? So I wasn't expecting to get a Rocksteady game from WB Montreal. If they're able to do that, then they're really good at copying. But the other point Pim makes is that there's going to be a couple of patches. I'll wait till that happens and jump in. Yeah, I would say. And then he also asked Steel, but you play Gotham Knights on PC, right? How's the performance? So let me get into that. The optimization on this game is terrible. It's not great. Actually, I think the optimization is the problem that they're having, and why this game is having a hard time possibly holding 30 FPS on console. Now, I did watch, shout out to 108 Dragons. Check out the 108 Dragons TV if you guys are not familiar. I did watch him play, and I didn't really notice any of the frame dips and things that people were talking about, and he was playing on Series X. So something to keep in mind. But I do find it unacceptable, especially I'm playing at 1080p. I got more than enough hardware to handle that. And I'm bouncing, and this is why I say that there's a huge optimization issue. This is how you know it's blatantly obvious, or at least how people on PC know that it's blatantly obvious that there's an optimization issues. And that's when kind of you leave your frames unlimited. I'll talk about capping it off, but when you leave your frames unlimited, my frames will literally jump from me riding the bike to doing anything in the open world, anywhere between 50 to 125 frames. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an optimization issue. That should not be happening. There should be a level point. You know what I'm saying? There should be, no, I'm not expecting to get the 120, and but I'm damn sure ain't expecting to get 50. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, so, okay. And then you get into the inside scene, and then it levels off, and it's like 90, 110, 100. And I'm like, okay. So what is going on here? So obviously there's something afoot, right? That tells me that there is a problem with that optimization end of things. There should not be that large of a variance at all, ever. I've actually went ahead and limited down the frame rate and capped it down to 70, just so it. Because the other thing with PC too, if you cap it, it gives you more kind of headroom to kind of play with, because it's not having to do you pull in all those extra frames. So it's all good to go. Makes it easier, smoother. Gives you a smoother experience typically if you're having performance issues. And I was still getting the same thing. It would still fluctuate between 50 to 70. And it's like, okay, there is definitely something else that's going on here. For the team to come out, and that's the most disappointing thing, to have people come out call the Series S a potato, even though, weirdly enough, between the Series S, the Xbox, and the PlayStation, for whatever reason, at 1440p, the Series S can run a game a little bit more consistently than its bigger brothers can. That's really weird. Wow, I wonder what made the difference. 4K versus 1440p. I thought resolution didn't make a difference. I thought it wasn't that big of a deal. Oh, it's not that easy. I mean, obviously it is. You can change your resolution. Now, if you need, again, the biggest thing that I've noticed about this game, one of my biggest takeaways, is that they needed more time. They did. Now, if they deserve more time or not, I don't know. I can't answer that. I can't answer that question. I will say I'm 8 hours in and I'm having a good time with the game still. I will say, no, the game's not like Arkham. You can't just press one button and expect to get through the game. I will also be honest and tell you guys, Arkham is an extremely easy game to play. All the Arkham games are extremely easy to play. Yes, the stealth mechanics in Arkham are better. That's not what this game is about. It should be. There should be another level of it there, but there's not. And there's not a focus on that. This game is not the Arkham games, so you got to stop comparing it to that. I'm not saying this game is difficult. I'm not saying that this game is what it should be or what I was expecting. But I am telling you that I'm having a good, fun time with it. I am enjoying it. When you actually sit there and understand how the game wants you to play, no, it's not as fast as Arkham. You know why? Because instead of just tapping X and then randomly pressing Y whenever you see a highlight come above their head, no, the game wants you to dodge and kind of use an ability, maybe use a combo, use your combos right, timing. Because what it does is the game, they have other underlying mechanics that enhance your experience, right? So it's not about so much about the beat 'em up side. See, Pong, it's not so much about the dance. It's more so, you know, like one we were doing salsa before, right? We were getting real to it, right? Salsa, you know. Now it's more so, now we're doing like a bachata, or we're doing or a soiree, or you know, we're doing something that's a little bit more classier, right? Before we were just get fast with it. It's a little bit more, you know, smoother. Hey, tap X at this, like you want to, instead of rapidly pressing it, tap, 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 tap. Why? Because if you time your attacks, you get more momentum meter. What the momentum meter does is allow your abilities to come back quicker. What your mods do that you also pick up, because at the end of the day, this is also a looter. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is a looter game. It's there's other systems in place. So, but you build up your momentum meter, you use your abilities, you do more damage to the enemies, you do your dance that way, right? And it does become a different style of dance. It's not the same, nowhere close. But I do appreciate what Gotham Knights is trying to present and what they're giving me, right? The overall experience I am enjoying. I'm also playing as Batgirl. Maybe that can also be a difference, because I've watched plenty of videos of people saying that, hey, there's certain characters, until you get to a certain point, until you get enough skill points, they're pretty fucking dry, which isn't good for up front, right? So if you use a character like Red Hood, your experience might be extremely dry in the beginning. It might feel bland and lame and not good, which isn't, that's not a good thing for this style of game. I haven't played in co-op yet either. So that's something else to keep in mind. I've only played solo. I will say with the traversal, once I unlock my glider, the game felt at least 5 times better to me. Right? Again, I don't understand why they did it the way that they did it, but it's not as dramatic as people are trying to make it seem. Oh, they took it away from me and I got to do all. It's not that bad, right? Again, I did it after my first night, and it's literally, that's like within the first 3 hours of the game. I don't think that it's that bad of an experience, especially when the game's trying to tell you, present you a story, teach you the mechanics. It's walks you. One thing I do like, what a lot of games don't do, is the game doesn't just tell you up front, hey, this is the button, use these buttons, and there you go. No, this game wants you to come back, go through the tutorial. How do you block? How do you parry? Okay, now do this. How do you do stealth moves? Okay, now do that. Okay, now if you do all these, you do all your training missions, guess what? Now we'll unlock this extra thing for you. So it kind of forces you to say, hey, understand the game that you're playing before you just go out into the world. But again, there are other things in this game that I would have preferred to have seen, like the world not being empty. It's not good, right? I was expecting to be a little bit more filled than Arkham Knight was. Again, Pong's perfect point. At least in Arkham Knight, right? If I could fly to a building and people could be in that building. Now I'm whooping people's butt in the building. People could be on the street. I fly to a different, and I hear people fighting over here. It's not really that element of it, right? And there is a vast and stark difference between the worlds, right? Arkham Knight was set up to be that way. This is Gotham Knights' first game. And the way that they're presenting the world, I think because it's not dark, gritty, all over the place, a mess, and it's not more, the best way that I could put it, lived in, that's what kind of may take it away, or why people are being like, man, this is why Arkham Knight's better. Overall, the game itself is not a bad looking game. There's plenty of time to set it on stream. The game doesn't look bad to me. Now, does it look better than Batman and Arkham Knight? No, not really. Again, it's also a different art style. Other thing too is that a lot of the enemies aren't detailed in any of the Arkham games. There's a lot of other things that aren't detailed in the Gotham games. But again, a lot of it just does come down to what was their art, what was their vision, what was their art style. And there is a difference there. That's one thing that I could put on. Not a negative for me. Again, Pong, from what I have kind of presented to you, you can kind of ask me more questions off of this because I've had plenty of time with it. I've heard some of that we actually messed with. They was like, man, this is the most trashiest game ever. This is the most stupidest game that's ever been created. Don't get why this was made. It's the biggest waste of time. And everything else. But then you hear my kind of like how I've kind of broken it down to you, what I've said about it. How does that making you feel? And do you have any other questions that maybe can clarify some things for you, or maybe paint the picture maybe a little bit more vividly for you? And Splin, this game that I'm playing for you in the background is the first Descendant. It is currently only on PC and beta.
Yeah. This is a tough one still, and this is one of those games that falls into that category that you and I talk about all the time. I played plenty of games that have been widely considered a 6 or even a 5 that I've enjoyed the hell out of.
Yeah.
And I've been like, why do people hate this game so much?
Right. Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk's a but let's be real, Steel. Cyberpunk was a freaking fantastic game that got an
Yeah, it was misunderstood.
unbelievable amount of hate train because of the hype behind it, because of who was making it, because of the
It's their
problems
it's
of it.
their fault. I put them on them.
Right. Cyberpunk was an overall, like, people who actually played Cyberpunk, a majority of people came out of it saying it's freaking awesome, right?
Yeah.
That we had a small minority in this community that were out here preaching the good word on it. Gotham Knights, to me, is a lot like, I don't know how I want to approach this first because there's so many different facets to Gotham Knights. And then again, I have no horse in this race. I haven't touched the game.
Right.
I didn't plan on touching the game.
No, you can only go off of what you've heard, what you've seen.
What I've seen, and I've watched a lot of videos, listened to a lot of people, but I guess I'll approach it from this way because I talk about this all the time. Reviews aren't the be all end all. And again, as I said, played many game that people hated that I absolutely love. Okay, so reviewers aren't, but what I've always said is that if a vast majority of reviewers across all different spectrums do come out and have the same type of opinion or the same type of concerns, whether good or whether bad, generally says that there's something there, that there's some meat to that bone, that it's not just, a couple reviewers coming out and saying, oh, this game's trash, when the rest of the viewers are saying it's great. There seems to be a consensus here, Steele, that they missed something.
They did.
They definitely missed. So when I hear you talk about it, right, you're one of those people that push through. You're one of those people that find something to love about the game or something to enjoy about the game. You find enough entertainment that outweighs some of the technical problems, maybe some of the decisions that the devs made as far as game development goes. You can push through those and find entertainment out of this. In 2022, with as many games out there as there is, I think that that's less and less. There's less forgiveness from the overall population of gamers to say, okay, I'm going to spend time to find that. We saw the same kind of scenario, Steel, in Biomutant. You and I both got through the initial part of Biomutant, the 2-hour tutorial, the 1.5-hour tutorial that most people gave up on and said this game sucks. You and I pushed through that, and we found an enjoyable game on the other side, right? So I think that's what's happening.
But even in that aspect, I didn't finish it though. Like it didn't do enough to keep me engaged. Where this game, like for an example, and it's like, I know I get what you're saying, and it's like, but honestly, I don't have that type of patience. So it's like there is something there, and it could be the fact that I do like Batman, so maybe that has an effect on it.
And that's what I was going to say.
There could be those, though. That could be a rose tinted glass for sure, which I can openly admit. But the other thing too is, it's blatantly obvious the issues that it has too. That's why I want it from me, because of what I see from people is a lot of them not exactly explaining why they didn't like it or why it isn't enjoyable, but they enjoy other versions of that same thing.
Sure.
So I don't know. It's just trying to come from a different angle to.
No, and I get it, Steel, and I don't blame you. And like I said, I completely understand where you're coming from because I've been there myself when the majority have hated a game. So I get it, and for whatever reason, it clicks with you, and that's the way it should be, right? That's the way it should.
That's gaming,
Yeah. I'm just saying that, like, for the majority, I can see why people have such issues with this game. If everything that I'm reading, everything that I'm hearing, even some of the stuff that you're bringing up, some of the decisions that they made from a game design perspective will turn people off. And I don't think they're wrong for a $70 game. I don't think that they're wrong on console, right? It's $60 on PC. It's a $70 game for people to go spend their hard-earned money in 2022. Like, you're asking a lot, and you're asking for a lot of forgiveness from these devs who blatantly have made some big mistakes, whether it was of their own choosing or whether it was simply the state of flux that WB is in right now with everything that happened, that maybe they weren't given the time. Maybe they weren't given the resources. Mav and I had 3-bit on PM and a PM on Thursday, and he came from the technical side of things, and he was looking at it. He brought up an interesting point. He said, this is possibly a case where they went and used the Arkham, it's in Unreal 4, but they went back and used a lot of the Arkham assets to build off of this game. And that's why you're seeing a lot of the same technical problems that Arkham had, especially on PC. I've seen the stuttering issue that was the same in Arkham. That was the same exact issue that they never fixed on the PC, was that stuttering issue that everybody had a problem with.
I had to get a mod to fix it on PC, actually.
Yeah.
Still.
Right, exactly. So to 3-Bit's point, maybe this team was, again, not given the resources that they were told, hey, you're going to make this Gotham Knights game. You're going to use a lot of the Arkham framework to build this game, and then they tack on this tethered co-op system, right? They tack on this tethered co-op system that was never originally put into Arkham games, which could have caused more issues, which is what they're trying to say when they say that that's why they can't get the 60 frames, which, again, we all don't believe it at all.
Sure, it could have an effect, but that's not the reason.
Yeah, but then they've got the executives at the top saying, no, you got to get this game out. We're not giving you any more time. You got no more resources. You got no, get this game out. That's what you got to do. So they made the decision early on. Hey, we're going to lock it. It's going to be 4K 30. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to put this game out there to the world. I just think in 2022, it's a mistake. And if you're trying to introduce, it's Batman, but it's a game without Batman, which already kind of puts you behind the 8 ball, because most people want to play a Gotham game with Batman. But if you're going to do this, that's cool with me. I'm fine with introducing, Gotham Knights as everybody but Batman. That's cool. That's awesome. I think there's interesting characters here to be found. But I think that might have all led to this mix that has given us this game that most people playing it consider mediocre at best, because of the game design issues, because of, the technical issues, that most people are now looking at this. What is the redeeming quality of Gotham Knights? And for a lot of people, they can't even fall back on, well, it's got Batman. So now I'm really, I want to push through this because it's got Batman. I love playing Batman. I think that's where a lot of people are falling into this. And so I don't blame the people that spent $70 and played the game for a few hours and say that they hate it or they don't like it, or why is this game being made?
But that's my point. You literally cannot make that decision within the first couple hours of the game.
But
you can't.
But Steel,
you literally can't. You literally
no,
can't in this game.
Steel, but here's what I will say. The same thing when I try to tell people to push through the Biomutant thing is, listen, that's on the game dev. That's a bad choice then. If they've got...
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that the devs didn't think that they did it right, or that they just slapped it together and said, well, hope everybody likes this thing. No, that's not what they did. But what I'm saying is, you can still say they made a bad choice.
No, they did.
If a big enough group of people is out here saying that, and we played games, pushed through, had a great time with them. I'm saying, though, that that's still on the devs for that choice to even have the opportunity where people are feeling that way up front. And I don't think it's necessarily people already. If anybody went out and still kept their pre-order, if anybody went out and still, after all the talk, bought this game for $70 and still had that feeling, well, they still had a big enough commitment to stick with this game. So I think it's kind of unfair to say, well, that you can't say that after 3 hours. Well, to the individual who's playing it, you could probably say it's okay for them to say that, because that's their experience, right? That's what they're seeing. Whether or not they're giving up too soon, and I appreciate your perspective, Steel, obviously, but whether or not they're giving up too soon, well, again, that happens to pretty much everything in life.
That happens to a lot of games, but the only the biggest reason,
to movies. It happens to movies too.
The only reason I say that is just because, literally the first 15 minutes of the game, you're not playing, you're watching. Right. Then the other hour and 40, you can, guys, go. I'm I wish I could be joking about this, but literally go watch my gameplay. You are literally coming to understand the basics of the game. The only thing that you could say is that in the first hour of the game, if that's what you want to use, is that this game doesn't play like Arkham. That is literally the only thing that you could say. Other than that, you're not giving the game a fair shake at all. And that's fine if that's you and you were looking for an Arkham game and it didn't end up being that. But it's just, I find it weird Like it's just I don't know. It's just that doesn't quite make sense to me when people are like crucifying it after playing it for an hour or 2 hours, and it's like you didn't even get through the setup of the game. Now, if you wanted it to be a certain way and it wasn't that way, I feel you and I get you, and that's completely understandable. Like what you're saying, like
Yeah.
boom, drop it. Hey, it is what it is. People drop games all the time. Like
Yeah.
it's like this ain't nothing new. If people drop the game, it is what it is. This game is meant to be a online service game, so it's a service-based game at the end of the day. It has a co-op component. It wants you to play multiplayer. It wants you to play with your buddies and everything. They're dropping a mode for it next month so that you can double down on that. There's obviously there's a reason why you're dropping loot and everything. You want there to be a power kind of fantasy thing going there. You have customization options. There's a lot of things that are there. It's just like I don't know. Yes, it's different. It's different, but I don't know.
It's a tough spot, Steel, and I hear you. It's just, and I hear you about the art style, and we know that again from as much gaming as we do in this community, the enthusiasts in this community, we do understand that stuff. But when you're setting, it's tough because Arkham set a bar. And this is a completely different style of game. This is more RPG. This is more looter, like you said. It's got RPG mechanics. It's different than what the original Arkhams were. But when people still to this day talk about the Arkham games as, oh my God, visually, like if we could get a 60 frame patch, there's a huge portion of this community that would go back and replay
100%.
all those games again.
100%.
It's set a bar, and then you come out with Gotham Knights, and you take it in a different direction. And it doesn't even live up in people's minds to that old game 12 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever it's been. That's already people got like, oh, wow. I just flipped on this game and it doesn't even look as good as Arkham. It already creates that, whether fair or not fair, it's human nature to do that stuff. So I think that's a big problem. And we saw this recently with Saints Row, the reboot as well. Saints Row, the reboot, doesn't even look as good. It's a totally different style, but side by side, it doesn't look as good as Saints Row the Third remaster, a lot of ways, right? And that's when people have these issues. And I think that's if a dev is going to take on a game like that, they have to realize that these speed bumps are already set up in place, and they have to be able to overcome them. Whether it's through some other direction or whatever the case, they have to realize their game is already going to be tripped up by these former expectations set by previous games. And so I think that's always a tough one for devs to do. And I think, again, with Gotham Knights, with the choices they made, with their responses to the 60 frames mode, with their extremely cyberpunk-esque, CDPR-esque hiding console versions, not showing, not telling people what was coming down the road. I think all of that led to this moment where you do get a lot of reviewers out here saying meh. And I'm not talking about just the offsites. I'm talking about the ACGs. I'm talking about the skill ups. I'm talking about the people who do play these games to the finish, go in depth on their reviews, and they all kind of had the same talking points about why this game just didn't live up to the expectations. It didn't give it the expectation. I want to keep playing. Like what is it that wants me to keep playing this game to the end? And I think so we got to take that as a real, reality that a lot of people are going to find that with this game. But, again, I got no horse in the race. I never like to see games come out like this and not do well for the devs. Because I do think that the devs had a vision and they were trying to do something different within the Arkham universe, obviously, and they were trying to bring new experiences and trying to bring these lower level characters up to, Batman's level, and they were trying to give a co-op experience. They just didn't hit all the marks that they needed to push this game over the edge to get those. Even if this game had come out and gotten 8s, like 7 8s, like I think that would have done it.
Some people did get that.
Some people did give it that, but I'm just saying that overall, if it had gotten into that area, that realm, I think it would be doing a lot better. But I think this is also, if they patch it, if they patch it, if they get a 60 frames in there, if they do a little bit of work to fix the technical issues, and we don't know if they're going to be given the green light to do that with how WB Discovery is right now. If they are planning to sell, as we've heard, next year, as soon as they can to Universal, they might not be given the green light to fix this game very much. They might not be given that time and assets to do it because WB Discovery doesn't want to spend it, doesn't want to spend the money. But if they do steal, I can see this game having a rebirth. If they put the time into it, I can see this game finally getting maybe some more fans on board with it. If that happens down the road, I just don't know if it's going. That's all.
No, it's definitely another one of those to where it's probably going to end up being better later on for it. Again, with everything that is going on with WB, hopefully that doesn't leak into this. Because again, to me, they do have a good base if they continue to support it. There is a lot of things that I would love to see, kind of fleshed out and see the full potential of it. But again, this could be the same thing with Arkham Origins. A lot of people shitted on Arkham Origins for a long time. And then now people are all of a sudden coming back to say, oh, Arkham Origins was fine.
That was WB Montreal too.
It's the same. It's the exact same studio. So maybe that could be something with their studio where they just don't get it up front, but they get it later on. I don't know. I don't know if that has the same effect or whether that's the case. But I don't know.
I will say, watching you play Steel, there was moments, like I said, as from the first time they announced the game and showed it off,
right,
to the last time, I was much more interested than I was starting out. And I never had the interest to go spend $70 or anything like that. But I went from, that's a game I never need to play, to the time that it launched, I was like, yeah, I could see myself down the road jumping into it because I like the RPG aspects. I like the looter aspects, obviously. So it was gaining interest. And then from watching you play, there was moments when I was watching you play where you were talking about how the dance in this one is different than the Arkham series. Where it's like, yeah, I can see the skills. I can see you using, all these different kind of, more so than in the old Arkhams. You're using
methodical.
It's more diverse in the way that you play the game, and I could see that with the different characters. You're gonna have different skill sets. So all of that did interest me. And again, watching you play I was like, oh, this game is definitely looking like no. When I was watching you play, I was like, I could see why people have problems. Like I said, not a lot of enemies, a lot of emptiness to it, that kind of stuff. But I also saw some things that piqued my interest that I was like, yeah, this is what I was seeing from the last trailers where I was like, well, maybe I jump into this sale at some point. Maybe this is a game I explore or jump into co-op with you or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as everybody's talking about. Again, a hate train built for it, which happens nowadays on social media. But I do think that there's fair criticism here as well, and I don't think it hit all the marks. But
no, and it's blatantly obvious that it didn't. But again, it could be one of those that ends up being a classic to, quite a few people. There's a decent base there. And if they uphold it, there's a lot of potential in it, man. So I guess we'll end up seeing what they do with it. But it does kind of speak to the whole what we're seeing with a lot of games that are coming out here recently. Where there's just optimization issues with it, right? Where the studios obviously need more time. And again, I see a bunch of people continuously going out and saying and letting the words come out of their mouth that that the lazy devs. And again, I don't work in the industry. I don't know. I don't work side by side with those people, and I even see people that we kind of have close to, our own belt, Pong, and saying the same exact thing. And it's like, that's unfortunate because it does make me kind of look at you differently when you have that perspective on people. And it's just like, there's a lot more that goes into building games. There's a lot more that goes into building a lot of things. And I know there could be lazy people anywhere. There's people that ride the coattails everywhere. So it's not like
overall, no.
But I'm not going to say overall, oh, they didn't do it because they were lazy. No, they didn't do it because they didn't have time. Obviously. At least to me, that's the way it comes across. Until they say that, we'll never know. I just think it's kind of disingenuous and unfortunate and a knock against yourself when you sit there and really undermine groups of people especially on something that you might not genuinely understand, don't know what all goes into it. It's just, I wouldn't call them lazy. I call the publishers lazy. If anybody's lazy, I'll say the publisher's lazy for not wanting to give them more time, or maybe they had enough time,
whatever it is,
or execs. The other thing too, because you got to keep that in mind too, because I saw people making that example that WB Montreal was supposedly working on other Batman games, and those never came to fruition. And out of those games came Gotham Knights, and maybe they had time, and this was the end of the road. Like, man, this is what we have of what we were given. And if that's the case, well, I mean, WB Montreal, that's kind of unfortunate. Maybe y'all aren't as talented, but I don't know. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes, so I don't want to just jump to, oh, the devs are just fucking lazy.
No.
Like, I don't know.
That's just me. No, and
I know you feel the same.
I'm not down for that. I'm down for real criticism, and I don't like the side of the community who said we shouldn't be criticizing anybody. We shouldn't be criticizing devs. We had devs out here saying devs should not be criticized by gamers unless you've made a game. All this kind of, like, that's nonsense. Legit criticism always has to be around, and asking for options as far as performance mode goes in 2022 to me is fair game and should be done. The devs need to know that in 2022, console players are now expecting a
Complete
60
games.
frames performance mode at the end of the day, an option.
Give me a complete game.
And I don't like that that part of the community gets all up in arms talking about whining and crying from the community. Sure, there's some people out here who don't express criticism in the best way, and they do the personal insults, and they call the devs lazy without specifically pointing out what they're criticizing. But if for the people who do come with the direct and factual criticisms that are genuine, don't try to shut down those people. Again, we can do that.
Yeah,
you
let's
can
have a
sit out here
conversation.
and say, I'm cool with 30 frames. Hey, look, I'm cool with 30 frames in a lot of games too. I'm not that guy who says I'm not going to play anything under 60 anymore. That's not me. I'm cool with 30 frame games, but I'm still going to come out here and say in 2022, you got to give us options. You got to give us options. And like I said,
at least
Starfield shows up with only a 30 frame mode. I'm going to be playing it. I'm going to be loving the hell out of Starfield because it's Todd Howard, A-Team. I'll be loving the hell of it, but I will be on this show criticizing Todd Howard and Bethesda for not giving people an option of 60 frames.
Right.
I will definitely be here keeping that same energy.
And that's my thing. Yeah, that's my biggest thing. There's no reason why this generation, period, there should not be an option for 60 frames. That is what you sold this entire generation on. More frames than ever before. Games better than ever before. No, okay, well, give me the 60 FPS option. That's why I get why I'm kind of salty about this 40 FPS thing, because it's like, why?
But they're coming out and they've said they're working on a patch, right?
Right.
So they're going to patch it.
Which I feel you, and I get that. And again,
yes.
But again, it goes right back to the conversation. Why isn't it ready day one then? Stop. And why is this the release date? Like, again, it's like we're going. You have to put the game out. So again, I have to pay $70 for a game that you will fix later.
Right. And that's why FOMO's got to go away, Steel.
FOMO has to go away. Yeah, 100%.
You have to learn to control your FOMO. Otherwise, yes, you are going to wind up buying games that aren't complete. And nowadays, everybody should know, chances are, no matter what the game is, if you just wait, you will pay less money and you will get a more complete, better experience down the road. No matter what game. Even Elden Ring right now has gotten updates and has gotten patches and has gotten fixes. If you waited to play Elden Ring, you missed out on all the hype. You couldn't join all the conversations about, oh my God.
But you're going to have an easier experience now. You don't have to deal with a hard-ass Radon like I did in the beginning of the game.
Right. Exactly.
You're
going to have a more complete experience. Like I said, any game nowadays, that seems to be the running, the way that it works is that, hey, if you can get over FOMO, you will save money and you'll have a better experience if you don't mind playing a game a couple months down the road. Dying Light 2.
But that's the other thing too. Like,
experience.
We can get rid of FOMO, but I feel like the more important thing is we just need to get rid of, like,
but there's always going to be the devs pushing out games too soon, which we've seen it scaled back. We've seen more delays, but I just have a feeling, Steel, that this is kind of where we're going to be at, man. The publishers, the heads are going to eventually say, you got to put it out.
And Tim, like he said, but Plague Tales Requiem does feel pretty decent on my end.
Yes.
And that's my problem, Tim. Decent is not good enough. There is literally a stark difference between feeling. This isn't sight. This has nothing to do with vision. There is a feeling difference between 30 to 60. Sure, it's going to feel a little better going from 30 to 40. But it's the same way it would feel if you went from a light jog to a full-out run. Like, my point is, why take that half step and just give me 60? 40 is not an option. I've never seen people on PC be like, oh, hey, you playing at 40, 50?
How many frames
you playing?
See it on Steam Deck. I started seeing it on Steam Deck.
You start seeing it with Steam Deck, but it's like, bro, no, the conversation is 30, 60, 120. There's reasons why it's multiples.
No, I got
like,
you.
my God. It's for feeling, it's for visuals, and it does depend. Sure, if you're going to go for a more visual side of things, you want to do 30, I feel you. If that is your dream, if that's your goal, that's your ambition, that's the way you want that game to come out. There is no reason for games of 2022 not to come out in 60 frames when consoles are just now getting to a point to where there's not an excuse for why they should not be 60 frames, other than there wasn't enough time. The games were in development for older hardware, and now you're changing the marketing speak. You're changing what you're telling the people and saying that, oh, no, this is a next-gen game. Gotham Knights is not a next-gen game. It is a game that was designed for the older hardware that they found out last minute. That's why there's no people in that city. There are so many things going on within that world that last minute they had to cut the last gen consoles, and now it has hurt them on a design front for the next gen, for the new hardware that they're trying to sell their game to, for an example. Again, that doesn't take away from my personal enjoyment from it, but it goes right back to the point of games coming out, for a lack of a way to put it, half-ass. Mm-hmm. And whoever's allowing that to happen, again, I'm not going to put that on the dev. I am going to look at the publishers though and say, look, man, like, what are we doing? But again, there are going to be games that kind of give that, where they get graced. 90% of the games that we play, guys, we give grace to. Like this game right here that I'm playing for you guys today, the first Ascendant. It could come out tomorrow, and guess what? I would play it. Not a complete experience, and it's lacking a lot of things, but guess what? I'd play it. And I'd also talk about the issues that I have with it, but it's also free to play.
And Plague Tales in Game Pass, which makes it more palpable.
Plague Tales in Game Pass, or if you're going to pay $60, $70, that is my point. Why are we paying $70 for games that are 40 frames? I don't think that's a good option. I think a better option would be, hey, it's either 30 or 60. Pick one. Performance or quality. What do you want? Because that's what has been a thing. And I feel like that's more of an once you get people to understand, the masses to understand the true difference between what 30 and 60 is, that's when you'll truly see the next evolution in gaming. Until that point, it's only going to be us hardcore screaming from the top of the mountains, hey, we need you guys to understand these things. And until they actually get implemented, like the hardware that's in the consoles that we have that's not being utilized. Like, we heard about velocity architecture. Have you guys heard anything about that ever since? We heard about Kraken? Have you guys heard anything about that ever since? Has either side said anything about either since they pitched the hardware? No, they haven't. Isn't that a problem? Isn't that an issue for you, the consumer?
Because like
almost 3 years later?
Because like 3-Bit brought up, though, they're still making games for the lowest level PC. So that can't be taken.
But people told me last night.
Yeah. Oh, last night.
Last night, people told me that anybody that thinks that PC is the lowest common denominator is an idiot and shouldn't be part of the community. Because they're spitting out false information Because the Series S is the lowest common denominator that they are making games for.
How is that even reality? Again, this is intellectual dishonesty. This is intellectual dishonesty at its finest.
There was at least 5 to 6 people that agreed with this.
Oh boy.
At least.
How? It's not factual.
Oh well,
the most common card right now is what, a 1060?
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to change. That's changing.
It's changing, but right now it's still a 1060.
Yeah, most common. Yeah.
Yeah. So how is that even close when we know the Series S is more powerful than a 1060 factually? Like, mathematically, it's more powerful than a 1060. And it's optimized because it's a console. It doesn't have to do a million other things. He does.
Man.
And I'm not even a tech guy. And I understand this concept.
So guys, why are you putting 2 and 2 together, man? Stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. I mean, I thought that's what the difference was. D. James, what's going on? I mean, I thought that's what the difference was too. But I don't know. Tim the Sorcerer says, Steel, you're right though. Look at Gears 5 on my Series S. It's jaw dropping at 60 FPS. Shout out to the Coalition. And again, it does come down to team, but also Coalition has had time. I'm pretty sure the Coalition has been afforded. That's why you haven't seen nothing from the Coalition. And since they announced, I don't even think that was officially from them about this other game that they're making. We got that from Jeff Grubb mainly. But that's why they've been behind the scenes. They put Xbox on their back, in their backpack. So now Microsoft's probably like, hey, Coalition, whatever y'all doing, y'all just do y'all thing. Whenever you're ready, let us know, and we'll present it. I would not be surprised if we still don't see anything from them in 2023. I would not be surprised. I want to see something, but I wouldn't be surprised. Just saying.
It's devs, and this is why we have a disconnect with the devs.
Right.
Devs come out from smaller studios and talk about this stuff because they're limited budget. They're limited from a people standpoint.
Yes.
They're limited in time.
Money.
And they come out and make these bold statements about things like the Series S that are true for them, but they make it as a general statement to the entire dev community or the entire gaming community, and it's not true. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is running at 120 frames on the Series S. For God's sake, Steel.
That's kind of crazy, right?
A solid 120. Call of Duty.
Hey, what'd you say? Does that look like the old Call of Duty? Like the 2006 version?
No.
I thought it was holding it back though. It can't even look remotely the same, right?
Yeah. No, it looks the same. It's gorgeous at 120 on the Series S. And again, to Steele's point, not all these teams are going to have that time, those resources. Yeah. It took a nation of Activision to create Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
So I hope so.
Right? But the point being is the hardware is capable. The hardware is capable of doing current gen, next gen, whatever you want to say, stuff. So again, just because you as a dev are having the experience with your studio that it's taking too much resources to make the Series S work the way that you think it should, you don't come out and say the Series S is a potato, the Series S is holding back the generation. Again, I get it, devs. I'm not a tech guy. I'm not a dev, but I said it to 3-Bit, and 3-Bit started busting out laughing because he knows it's true. If it was up to all of you, there would be no consoles. We would all be on PCs running 4090s. That would be the minimum requirement. Your
minimum requirement to jump, if it was up to the developers, your minimum requirement to be part of the gaming industry or part of the gaming ecosystem would be $1,000.
Right. At least.
At least.
At least. Because it's annoying to have to make games for all this different hardware and make sure it all runs. I get it.
I feel you. I'm not, there's other things. Hey, I'm just saying. It's not easy for me to replace drum brakes on my car. I don't feel like going through that, but I can take it to a shop. They can knock it out. Hey, but I can replace some pads though. Oh, I'm a pad replacing fool. Tell you what, that's kind of the perspective on it, man. Nick says someone give WB Activision's phone number so they can explain how to do 60 FPS or higher. Hey, you're gonna have to tell them. They're gonna tell them you need a nation. That's how you do it. Basically, what you do is tell Discovery we need all your developers and we'll make it work.
But it's all relative too, because Gotham Knights is nowhere near the size of Call of Duty and what Call of Duty had to get done.
It's also different mechanics, third person, rendering the world,
all of that. But again, they're using Unreal 4, which is a mature engine.
You would think,
which has all the tools available. It's been used now for like, how long has Unreal 4 been out? A decade now, whatever the hell it's been.
Sometime.
Yeah. So that's where I have a problem. It's like, come on, guys. And again, I'm not saying it's the devs, because I think that this was the inner turmoil of WB, Discovery, all that stuff going through, the execs making choices. We've seen what they've done to the movie studios. We've seen what they've done elsewhere. I do not doubt that they were told, this is the time you've got. This is the budget you got. You're not going over. We're not giving you any more. Get it out. Whatever you got to do, get it out. So the devs said, okay, 4K 30 it is. We're going to put it out the door, and it's not going to be optimized. We don't have time. I don't doubt that for
Pong, exactly what you pitched. Yeah. I know people say that we don't know what's going on within the industry. We haven't worked in it. But come on, guys. Like, we do have years of work experience, professional experience. I've been in business. Like, come on, guys. Like, I understand how these things go. And you don't have to tell me the silver lining for me to get what the silver lining is, really. Right?
No. And this is nothing new in the industry. It's not like this hasn't happened. We saw it with Anthem. It's freely admitted by EA that they forced BioWare to get Anthem out the door.
No, and Nick's COD is a bad analogy. Crystal Dynamics would be a good example. How they did it for the Guardians of the Galaxy and everything. Yeah, that's another one where they came out and said, oh, well, we can't do it up front, but they patched it. Again, we've mentioned Dying Light 2 is the biggest one that we've used. It's untethered. You can go wherever you want. But
the devs use the same excuse.
Same exact excuse. They might as well have called the Series S a potato too.
They did. Some of the Dying Light 2 dev did say that the Series S was the problem.
And
lo and behold.
And the game doesn't look too terrible. Again, the game doesn't look too terrible to be running at 60 to 120. Was Guardians 60 day one?
Yeah.
I played it on PC, so I don't want to.
Yeah, Guardians was 60 day.
It was 60.
They did it right. Yeah, they did it right.
Okay. So, again, I mean, and that was a beautiful looking game. Very detailed, a lot to it. But again, there's a different perspective, right? Guardians is not an open world game. It's a very linear game. So that makes a difference, but still.
You have a tether co-op, but that's all.
At the end of the day, it would have been better for you to just come out, at least for as far as Gotham Knights, and I'm just going to speak for overall for all devs or all publishers. It is better for you to come out and just tell us what the problem is instead of dancing around the problem, because dancing around it doesn't help anybody. CDPR tried to dance around it, and if they would have just said up front, hey, doesn't run that well on Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Now, would they have done that? Probably not. But this could be all wishful thinking, but I think that would have garnered them more favor if they would have just been upfront and say, hey, these are the issues that we're experiencing. This is what you can come to expect day of release, right? So at least because people can't be, sure, you can be mad about whatever you want, but you can't be mad when people are being vocal with you and saying, hey, this is the problems that we're having. This is what we're experiencing. This is what you could come to expect. So when you go buy the game, it's like Todd Howard coming out and saying, hey, we don't have 60 up front, but 2 weeks from now, we got it. It's coming. We're waiting for the patch to get approved or whatever, and it's going to be there. At least you set the expectation.
And because the devs need to realize now, when they're speaking to gamers, they're speaking to the enthusiasts in this, speaking to the mass. You're not speaking to the masses who probably don't know the difference between 30 frames and 60 frames, or don't even spend the time to care about 30 to 60 frames. When devs come out now, you're speaking to a much more educated gamer.
Yes.
You're speaking to somebody who does understand a lot of the technical aspects. Even if we've never done dev work before, we now know a lot more. So when you come out and give us these excuses, right, you're going to get pushback if they're not like lining up with the common knowledge now. It used to be People
Yeah,
had no
nobody
idea
knew.
how games were made. Nobody really got down and dirty with the technical stuff.
And when you think about it, it was
Yeah.
crazy. When you think
Yeah.
about the games that you were getting on PC
Yeah.
and the games that you
Yeah.
were getting on console, it's
Yeah.
like, bro, the fact that we got the games that we were getting all the way up to this point is fucking, that's fucking insanity to me.
Right.
It's
But now
like,
you're
dude,
speaking to an educated class. You're
Yeah.
speaking to a much more knowledgeable group of gamers who will call you out on your BS. Like legit. Like you can't just be upfront because we as gamers now understand. And again, for better or for worse,
Totally
the
perfect.
expectations have been set, Steel. Like we were just talking about,
Yeah.
the expectations are we're going to get patched games. We're going to get patches down the road. Games aren't going to come out in the best form all the time.
Guaranteed.
Again, for better or for worse, that's where we're at in 2022. So if you come out and tell us, gamers, listen, we know there's going to be some problems here, but we got patches in the work, like Steel just got done saying. We're going to get them out. We got a roadmap. What did Dying Light 2 do? They got all the pushback, and all of a sudden we had a roadmap on how things were going to go down and when they were going to get stuff out.
A roadmap.
Yeah.
That's
And all
crazy.
of a sudden gamers are like, cool, awesome, thank you.
What I needed.
Like that's all we needed to know. We understand.
I think for me, the number one thing is that we as gamers want the devs to know whether we as gamers want to know whether the dev takes their game seriously. And that's the other thing too. When you release a certain style of game, it's kind of hard to know whether you're going to have a full commitment to this game or not. It's the same thing with Battlefield right now. I know they're saying that, oh, well, we're gonna keep supporting this game and everything else, but are you really? Like, what else is coming?
And I give DICE credit though; they've been more so than I thought they would.
Right.
They really have been. So
and they didn't necessarily have to, but it's just using that as an example. But it's extremely unfortunate what Gotham Knights is kind of going through, and for a lot of people, again, if you're enjoying it, if you're questioning it, I would personally say, again, unless you listen to a reviewer that you trust full-heartedly, I'd say give it a shot. I don't say pay it. I wouldn't say pay $70 for it. I didn't. I paid much less than that, and I got the digital deluxe version. I think I got it for before release about $40. For that, and that's the big boy version. So and again, can't give away all my Chinese secrets, but it's not a game that's worth necessarily $70, which is an unfortunate part. It's definitely worth about 50. 40 to 50 if you can get it around that price range. I think it's worth every bit of that, just because of what's there. And I wish I could say it was that full experience. I wish I could say, hey, WB Montreal, this is exactly how you evolve the Arkham series, or how you evolve the Batman ecosystem or IP in your own way. And they have done a lot of those things, but there are some things lacking. But again, I'm about 8 hours in, not even halfway through the campaign, through the story yet. So again, that gives you some perspective on that. And then the other thing too is that I'll probably give an updated kind of opinion on it as I get to the end of the game or see. Because the other thing too, from what I've seen from this game, I don't understand what's the point of me having picking up mods and armor and things like that, crafting things, if there's not going to be a end game grind,
right?
Which I haven't heard anybody talk about yet. I haven't heard anybody talk about end game. So when I get to the end of the game, is that just it? Is there a kind of like how they had in the Arkham games, where a survival mode where you just by yourself, you go in a room and you're just fighting people for as long as possible? Do they have something like that? I don't know. I haven't seen anything like that. So it's going to be interesting to see where I'm at by the end of the game. But I think that really knocks out the park the conversation, not only about Gotham Knights, because we touched a few things in there.
It was a lot more.
Gotham Knights, the whole 60 frames conversation, 30 FPS art conversation. The Series S being the potato, and the way that devs feel about that, and devs being lazy. Again, if you're one of these people saying that devs are lazy, you might as well just unfollow me, unsubscribe from the channel, bro. Because that's not our opinion. That's not how we look at things. And that's so, I don't know. That's just like me coming to your industry and saying that no matter what, you're lazy.
It's just a low hanging fruit, and it's stupid.
I have no idea, but you're lazy.
You gotta be better. somebody in your industry is lazy, so you're lazy.
Like, come
Yeah,
on, bro.
come on, man.
Like, I get it, but this is not the military. It's not if one person falls, everybody one person fucks up, everybody fucks up. No, that's not how reality works. So, but wow.
Speaking
Anyway.
of less than optimum
Yeah.
experiences, we appreciate everybody in chat still rocking with us. We
Thank
know
you,
the
please.
stream has been cutting out, coming back, cutting out, coming
Yeah.
back. Listen, like Steele said, hopefully YouTube on the back end will fix everything.
Usually it does.
It'll be there. We totally understand. Again, this is not what we want from our podcast at all.
Usually that's not the
obviously.
case.
That's usually not the case, like at all. But we appreciate everybody still hanging out with us and chilling out with us. But we understand if the less than optimum experience of Living Splitscreen today on episode 77 has made you leave, but hopefully you'll catch up with us later too as well. But everybody's still here. Love you all. Thank you for spending the Saturday with us, man. So we're just gonna push through. That's what we do.
100%. And again, I'm recording on the back end. If I got to re-upload the episode, I will. And again, I just appreciate you guys continuously rocking out with us because you guys didn't have to start. We started almost 45 minutes behind. I'm still having network issues. It's still happening now. I don't know why it won't resolve itself. It's bouncing all over the place with the internet. I'm gonna have to get in contact with the ISP to see why my upload won't stay consistent. Although, again, we have this conversation too sometimes, man, where I look at everything in totality because gaming leads into a lot of different places. When you think about gaming, I also have to think about my internet. And like for me, for an example, the highest level of my internet that I can get right now is a gig down, and then the highest upload I can get is 30.
That makes zero sense.
That's paying for it. And they're really the only, even if I went AT&T, they're the only option that I really have. And that's super unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? But that's just to give you a perspective. Like there's other things that are happening behind the scenes. And I do think it is on YouTube side of things that are really causing an issue. But again, it is what it is. We'll work through it and things will be better for it. Again, if I got to re-upload, I re-upload. I just appreciate you guys being here. From there, well, I mean, where you want to go, Pong? I mean, a couple different areas. I saw Modern Warfare 2 is remaking the No Russian Airport mission. That's going to be interesting coming in 2023. I don't know who greenlit that and said they're not going to get any pushback on that, but I guess we'll see. I mean, again, games are games. I don't think games incite violence in any way, shape, or form. I mean, it is a really messed up scene. It was one of the most debatable scenes we used to talk about back then. I thought it was badass though back in the day too. I'm not going to front to you. But it's a game. You know what I mean?
Call of Duty. It's Call of Duty.
Other thing too, it's not like that's what happened in real life. It'll be one thing if we got a Wolfenstein game and literally the Wolfenstein game was about we're Hitler and we're the ones doing that's fucked up. Like I couldn't support that, bro. This isn't that.
No, I still think if they do it, shout out to Activision for being courageous because Kotaku is gonna write its fun articles. If they bring it back, I said in the DMs, I wonder if it remains completely intact or if they do change something about it. But if this is true, and again, it's assault, it's rumor right now. We're getting this, from sources that this is going to be part of the DLC pack next year, 2023, that they talked about, the campaign pack.
Right.
If they do this, I give them all the credit in the world. It's a part of their games. Yeah. It's been done. Yeah. It's part of the history. It's controversial, yes, but again, I'm the person who says controversy's got to exist. Free speech has got to exist. Even the bad opinions got to exist. So if they're going to do this, and I personally did like the level, I thought it was an experience that not a lot of games would do. Not a lot of games would do. It made you think. I'm for it. So if they're going to do this, they're going to do this. But I did think that was pretty. I was like, damn. Wow. Okay, Activision. All right, let's go. Let's do No Russian. Let's do it again.
Yeah, it's definitely a bold statement to come out and say, "Hey, we're going to do this.
We're going to go for it."
Hey, but I say, why not? Right?
Yeah.
I guess another thing that we can kind of roll into. They're saying Spider-Man 2 is still slated for 2023 and making good progress. Insomniac says. Now this article is going to be coming from Video Games Chronicle. Again,
VGC, shout out to
VGC.
Andy Robinson, love what you're
been-
doing over there, brother.
So they've been doing some questionable articles here recently.
They're doing questionable reviews.
Reviews, okay.
Yeah,
The reviews have been kind of all over the place. It's kind of like
said,
a couple games they gave a lot lower, and then I don't know.
Plague's Tale Requiem, a 2 out of 5 stars based just upon performance, which again, yes, there was issues in that game, but not bad. But 2 out of 5 for
Gotham Knights got 4 out of 5 from VGC.
Yeah, bro. And then, like I said, if anybody was listening to it earlier, we got the guy who is going to be doing the VGC review of God of War Ragnarok in Discord, saying, "How do I feel about this game?" Well, let's just put it this way: I'm playing on an OLED, and if you're playing on an OLED, you're gonna feel like you're getting a PS6 experience. What the hell is that supposed to mean? We already know how this review is gonna go, folks. We already know. If you're coming out in Discord saying you feel like you're playing a PS6 experience, okay, all right. But again, reviews are what they are. That's why we say take them all with a grain of salt. Find a couple reviewers that you trust, that like games like you like games, and follow those people. That's why that's why I've got my few people that I do go to for. So, but yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
But so VGC wrote this article down. So for me, a lot of people are saying like, oh, did we ever think he said that same reviewer gave Gotham Knights a higher score? I live in split screen. I don't know, man. Again, I haven't played Plague Tale Requiem real quick either. I'm not necessarily interested in playing Plague Tale either. At least in my slate of games that I have around me. So it's kind of one of those things. And I also hear the exact opposite end of the spectrum. The same place where I hear some of my other comments, again, on the opposite end of the spectrum, were also saying that A Plague's Tale is a Game Pass fodder game. It's the most boring game that they have ever played. Xbox cannot hone talent and continues to put out mediocre titles.
Zero sense. This is a multi-plat game, Steel. This is on PlayStation.
Well, I mean, it's in Game Pass and it's mediocre, and the
it has nothing to do with Microsoft.
I mean, but Asobo made Flight Sim, so I mean,
they went out and got their own financing for Plague's Tale. They took money to not be purchased by Microsoft. They're making it multi-plat, so that they're actually dishonest, man.
They said, it's the most boring game they've ever played. They don't have no experience.
It's not for you. Great, yeah, great.
Live Supremacy says, still read what game's playing on screen. This is the first Descendant. It's a game that's currently slated to come to everything. Hopefully it doesn't come to everything. But it's only currently on PC in beta.
It's gonna be a free-to-play looter shooter.
Oh, Umbra, I'm not saying anybody told me this. This is these things that I've heard. I play games for myself to find out whether they are or not. Because a lot of the times, like I'm finding out with Gotham Knights also, a lot of the times when I hear reviews or watch reviews, they tell a different story than what I actually experience. So it's like Kana. People tell me Kana was boring and it was a 4-hour experience, and I played Kana for 25 plus hours on hard. So I don't know. Like, everybody's different. It is what it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But so for me, Spider-Man 2 is one of those games I don't think is going to come in 2023 personally. Now, if it does end up making 2023, then great. And it's not necessarily anything like super negative, but for me, I want them to kind of, especially coming off the heels of Spider-Man coming to PC and then Miles Morales also coming to PC. I want them to really kind of take their time with this game and really flush it out and build it out and make it different. Because the one thing for Spider-Man, again, that it has made me realize is that the game itself, even with bringing Miles Morales in, and I won't be able to experience that part of it until it comes to PC, but even bringing Miles Morales in, there's only so much that you can do. You're still doing the same
next month, right, Steel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Miles Morales coming out in November. There's only so many things that you could do with superhero games, and for Spider-Man, you want to talk about a repetitive game? The game's extremely repetitive. Do I thoroughly enjoy it and love every second of it when I play it? Yes. Because Spider-Man, it's fluid. It plays it plays above 60 frames. But even at the time, it was a well-optimized game, even at 30 when it was released. In Insomniac, was able to put together a story that was very gripping and set up a Spider-Man universe for themselves that I really want to see fleshed out, right? They're bringing Venom in, which is something that I'm extremely excited about because Venom is my favorite kind of anti-hero, if anything, because he's not necessarily a villain, but he's definitely not a hero. He's my favorite character in Marvel of all time. So it's, well, that and Iron Man. But I really want them to flesh that out, right? I want them to continuously, how I felt about 2018 Spider-Man, this is the best game of this ilk that has ever been made. I want to get some of that in the second game. I know it's a lot to ask for. That's why I was kind of hyped if they would have added a co-op experience to that, because I think that would have really taken it to a next level, to where one person could play as Spider-Man, the other person plays as Miles Morales, and then at some point they get it down to, they open up the Spider-Verse, and then now you can have a party of 4 to 6, and everybody's a different Spider-Man or whatever, and I think that would have been a really dope place to take it in the future. But since they're not doing co-op, they nixed that. Insomniac came out and said, no, that's not the plan. It's a single player focused game. We are hearing it could be more in the style of like GTA, where you swap from a character, it's like a radio wheel, or you swap from character to character. But real quick, let's get into this article. So the official Insomniac Twitter account replied to a thread in which fans were speculating about why the game hadn't received a second trailer since it was originally announced. After some expressed concern the game wouldn't make its planned 2023 release, Insomniac stepped in to assuage their fears. Don't worry, it said. We're making good progress and it's slated for 2023. Showing games takes time, effort, resources, and coordination. And yes, it does. From what we're hearing, the little bit of research that I have done on that, it does take anywhere between 4 to 6 months, maybe even a year, just give a slice of a game, to put out a trailer for a game. So these are things that could take valuable resources away from Insomniac, who is working on not only Spider-Man 2, but also Wolverine. And we also know that Insomniac they don't hold back. They take their games very seriously. They did it with Ratchet and Clank. You can't say it's not a beautiful game. It's not a well put together game. Yes, it's Ratchet and Clank, but still a good and well put together game. Same thing with Spider-Man. And I expect no less from Spider-Man 2 or Wolverine. Spider-Man 2 is going to be exclusively coming out to the PS5 in 2023. Bill Rossman, Vice President of Creative at Marvel Games, had described it as everything you love about the first game and Spider-Man Morales, but more. Of course, he's going to say that. He needs to sell the game. There are multiple foes. There's multiple foes in the first game. I can say the story. It's not a point that you want to lead with. I can say the story very much continues and picks up from Marvel Spider-Man to Spider-Man and Miles Morales. He said last year, I don't want to reveal too much, but it's the next big chapter. There are a lot of threads, a lot of characters that were in the first 2 games that you'll see here. And then again, like I mentioned, they're also working on Wolverine. And the game is going to be a standalone title directed by Brian Horton and Cameron Christian, who are creative leads on Spider-Man Miles Morales. Even though Marvel's Wolverine is very, very early in development, I know people were saying, oh, it's going to come out in 2024. I don't know what kind of crack you're smoking. But I don't think that game's going to come out
Microsoft said 2023.
Oh, Microsoft said 20. Oh, they were saying that because they wanted some smoke.
The CMA.
They wanted some smoke.
That's what they told the CMA.
Yeah, that's because they wanted some smoke. The team was already creating something truly special, said Insomniac's head of franchise strategy, Ryan Schneider. So again, nothing to kind of be in fear of as far as Spider-Man 2 goes. And again, they did a release in 2018. 4 years later, they did a release on 2022 to release it to PC. I do anticipate that this release for Spider-Man is going to see, I think that's why Nixus is also staffing up, because we saw some of that. I saw some of those messages go out on Twitter within the last few weeks, where they're really trying to staff up and get more people in house. These games are going to come closer to day and day. It's not going to take 4 years for Spider-Man to come to PC. I know the first game did, and a lot of people are referring back to that. Oh, look at these guys fiending for these games again. Ladies and gentlemen, it might not be 6 months just yet. Especially off of Spider-Man 2, depending on what other games Sony is releasing. And I know they're going to want to get Final Fantasy 16 into PC at some point. I feel like that just makes sense because Final Fantasy is a it's a darling for a lot of people, whether you're pulling that PC crowd from Final Fantasy 14, or even 15, I think, because I think 15 was on PC.
Yes. It's a
So
cornerstone.
so yeah, so either way, you're gonna get a loot full of people that could possibly want to jump in, and I'm definitely anticipating anywhere between 6 months to a year on those. But either way, it's good to see that Insomniac is still kind of holding up what they've kind of become known for. I don't want to necessarily call them a workhorse, but I will say they're probably one of the hardest working studios in the industry currently. How do you feel about this updated news that we're getting on Spider-Man 2? Do you like my slight smoke about it coming out in 2024? No, but how you feeling about it, man?
You're crazy, Steel. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. This is coming in 2023, folks. No matter what. Sony needs this. They are now in the mode where holidays are important. They're going to need another PS5 bundle next holiday, and of course, that's going to be Spider-Man. We already saw them prep the God of War Ragnarok bundle. We know that's coming. For this holiday, they have been holding back stock of PS5. They have seemingly fixed a bunch of the supply line issues that they were having. They are going to have more PlayStation 5s than they've ever had since launch this holiday season, and that makes sense next year. All hands on deck for this. Insomniac are wizards. They are one of the best development houses in the entire world. And they have shown that they are absolute masters at the development process and how they're going to get these games out. Now, to Steele's point that he wishes or hopes that they try something new, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of new out of Spider-Man 2, and I think that that's why they're going to be able to get this game out next year. I think they're just going to build on the formula, which is fine. I have zero problem with that. God of War Ragnarok isn't rewriting the book again. They are building off the formula that God of War 2018, became known for and famous for. So I think Spider-Man 2 is going to follow suit. I'm sure they're going to add more characters. I'm sure that even though they've said this is going to be a standalone single-player experience, I'm sure they're thinking about co-op opportunities because people have called for it.
It just speaks.
It makes so much sense. And of course, again, Steel.
That would blow it up out of the water too.
Yes, and the directive from PlayStation, from Jim Ryan and Herman Holst to their studios is we need multiplayer.
It's an option.
We heard Herman in his latest interview not only talk about what Steele was talking about, the PC version is going to come sooner rather than later now. They are moving that timeline further and further back. As much as the PlayStation fanboys, the clown show hates it, they are moving it back closer and closer. So that's definitely going to happen. But the other aspect that Herman was very clear on is our games need a multiplayer experience to enhance the single player experience we already give our players. Why? Because they want engagement. Why? Because they want to be able to have monetization within their games, and you can't do it in single player games as much as you can do it in multiplayer games. So I can guarantee you, even if it's not there day one, when they announce this launch point, whatever date it is, probably November of 2023. I'd expect it right around the same time as God of War is hitting this year. When they announce Spider-Man 2, they will also, even if it's not ready day one, they will announce that they're going to have a co-op or some type of multiplayer aspect to this Spider-Man game coming. And I think that that's exactly what we can expect from Sony's games going forward. Even if they are single player games, you're going to have the multiplayer attacked on there. But yeah, I definitely believe Insomniac when they say this is on pace for 2023. Again, Sony needs it next year, Steel. Listen, we've talked about this a bunch. We know somewhat what Xbox has next year, and it's impressive. And it could actually go beyond impressive if a couple of things line up next year. And Microsoft potentially could have 6 to 8 first-party AAA games coming out next year. Easy. If that happens, Sony's going to need it because right now, we know of very little from first-party Sony. Spider-Man, we know of Factions, and that's about it. Then you got Forspoken. Then you got Final Fantasy 16 thrown in there. What else you got, Sony? What else? We don't know right now. And I don't doubt that you have 1 or 2 more deals in the works. I don't doubt that for a minute. But what else are you going to have? So you're going to have Silent Hill. next year potentially. From Bloober Team, that's a timed exclusive.
Fantasy.
Yeah, that's what I said. Final Fantasy
Okay.
16 next year. Yep, and Forspoken.
Factions, maybe. I don't think Factions is coming next year.
Forspoken, Factions. I think Factions is next year for sure.
I just don't feel
Bro,
very confident.
I know you don't.
You just showed me a fucking image and didn't show me no gameplay.
Factions is coming. It's going to be a games as a service. You know it. They're going to build off of it, but they're going to have the base game out next year, no matter what it is. They are. They've got to, Steel. They have to.
We'll see.
They can't sit on this stuff anymore. They don't have that time anymore. So, yeah, Spider-Man 3 or Spider-Man 2, I definitely agree. 2023, it's coming. They're not going to hold it. It's all hands on deck. They'll do what's necessary to get that game out next year, just like they did this year with God of War Ragnarok. It's going to be there next holiday. So, happy to hear. I love Insomniac. I love what they do. So, again, even if the games, are take it or leave it for me, I played Spider-Man. I was okay, but I'm not a big Spider-Man fan, not a big superhero fan overall. Hey, it was cool. I understand why people love it. And Spider-Man 2 next year is going to be huge. Gigantic for him.
Yeah. And again, I saw some of the chat say that, but and nobody's saying that adding multiplayer to Spider-Man would be 1, 2, 3, but you can't tell me that adding a co-op experience to where you could drop in, drop out, or something similar to that wouldn't be something that would be easily or more easily achievable, especially since it's already there, right? You already have the multiple characters that are set up. Miles Morales isn't going anywhere. He's another part of it, unless this is the game where Spider-Man dies. Because at the end of the day, I mean, spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen, Spider-Man's going to die at some point. I mean, Spider-Man always dies at some point. So it's like, and somebody takes over the mantle. So unless that's the direction that they're going to take it, I don't know. I don't necessarily see him dying in this next game. That would be way too early. But again, Sony has a different vision. They're also doing things very differently. And like when I was saying that I wanted them to do something a little bit different, it's just like with Venom, there's so many things that you could do with that symbiote kind of thing, where if you affect the city or if you have him moving around, I know they don't have the nemesis system, but that could be something similar to that could be used for Venom, because he could constantly come back, because he was Spider-Man's #1 annoyance. Like out of a lot of people, that was like his thing that he always had to fight against before they ended up,
that'd be a cool co-op mode too, Steel.
Yeah, and
one player plays as Venom,
that could be causing
chaos. The other one's playing as Spider-Man, trying to track him down. I mean,
or they could introduce Carnage in this. Like, there's so many things that they could do in this game. That's what I'm kind of interested. I'm meant to mention this while we were talking about Call of Duty and everything, but for those who are interested, Target's been hitting up the deals and everything, but they're right back at it with their Black Friday deals. And again, I know a lot of people have mentioned this, or maybe you haven't heard about this, but again, $299 for the Series S, and it includes Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 in the box. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you do marketing without having to do marketing.
What marketing deal, Sony? What marketing deal? Who's gonna rule Black Friday?
Because
right now,
you can't tell me, with the hype that this year's Modern Warfare is getting, that this Christmas people aren't going to want to look at that option and say $299, games are $70. You were looking for this console to go down to about $229. This is your moment right here. You're getting a game included for that price, though. Again, Modern Warfare with the Series S, I don't think you lose. You get that next-gen performance at 120 frames, the multiplayer. Bro, you're winning on all fronts. I think you'd be the cousin, the mom, dad, the brother, whoever you are, you'd be the winner in your circle this holiday if you ended up getting a deal like that in there. It's just crazy to see the moves that Xbox is making behind the scenes. Because, again, it's not just about the deals that you can cut. I mean, I guess you could count this as part of the industry, but it's also about the deals that you could cut kind of internally. Hey, nothing said we can't put Call of Duty in the box. Nobody said we couldn't do that. Nobody said we couldn't depreciate our own console to give our consumers more value. Nobody said we couldn't do that. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Again, no, it doesn't need to be in Game Pass, but at this point, that might as well be a Game Pass ad. You're muted, Paul.
Oh, I know I'm muted. There's going to be a lot of little Timmies, A lot of little Janes out there expecting that PS5 under the tree with Call of Duty for
They're gonna
Christmas.
get this.
But guess what? Guess what? When the parents walk into the store because kids were clamoring for Call of Duty, they're clamoring for a PlayStation. They walk into the store, Steel, and they see on the shelf PlayStation 5 for $4.99 or bundled with God of War Ragnarok. And then they look to the side and they say, what's this? Wait, I see Call of Duty. I see a deal with Call of Duty. And this Series S, what's this Series S? And the store clerk goes, oh, yeah, that's Xbox's. Yeah, it plays all the current games, too, including Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. But if you pick this up for $2.99, you also get Call of Duty included. Bro, parents are walking out of there. Parents are walking out of there with that bundle. Again, amazing work by Xbox. Obviously, they've been stockpiling S's, ready for this holiday season. This is just Target. I know Amazon's going to have deals. I don't doubt that every major market is going to have deals when it comes. Every major retailer online and brick and mortar are going to have deals like this.
What if every deal we see is this same deal?
Modern Warfare 2?
Is this same deal?
And I don't doubt it. If this hits Amazon, Steel,
it's over. It's over. That's it. Yep.
It's over.
They're going to sell a bungalow amount.
And if they in November, the next couple of weeks can launch the family plan for Game Pass on top of it, bro, it's over with. This is going to be the hottest selling thing going. And Modern Warfare 2 is going to dominate. Yes, God of War is going to be huge for Sony. But let's be realistic here. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is going to be the biggest game being played this holiday season into Christmas break for all these kids. As much as we hate the little kids being on Call of Duty, guess what? They're on Call of Duty. They're on Call of Duty. They're all getting S's. They're all getting Modern Warfare 2. They're getting this
guess
bundle.
What? You get the $2.99 bundle, right? See, and like you said, a little Timmy, a little Jimmy, a little Tom. They thought they were going to get the PlayStation 5, the $600 console, $500 system, and guess what? They got $200 extra that their mom could just slide to them and said, you know, all those skins you like to get in Fortnite and Call of Duty. Here you go. Here's some currency. You just make your day.
Little Timmy and little Janie don't understand inflation either. Still, they don't understand what the parents' wallets are feeling like.
No, they don't.
So yeah, when that $2.99 shows up with that Call of Duty, parents care. The parents are the ones buying it. This is gonna be hot. This is gonna be a big side. This is genius work by Xbox right here. This is awesome. I love this.
Yeah, no, it's dope. Again, it's all about playing tit for tat, man. You got to find ways to kind of build that ecosystem. I know I've seen people talk about the 25 million number again, right? Where Game Pass obviously isn't as successful, or it would have 75 million subscribers. And it's like, well, I mean, gaming is also different, right? Gaming may be the biggest form of entertainment, but gaming is also a time commitment, and it's hard to get millions upon millions of people into that time commitment. But the fact that Xbox does have a way to do that, along with PlayStation, who does have 50 million plus subscribers in their option now, and again, they are the power player. PlayStation can do some things tomorrow. They can release God of War Ragnarok in their service tomorrow, which they're not, which I still don't get. Where that would drive PlayStation could easily hit 100 million subscribers if they put God of War Ragnarok on day one and release easily. I think.
They wouldn't keep them though. That's the only problem.
No, it wouldn't keep them. But again, sometimes all you need to do is get people in the door to inflate those numbers, because that looks good to the board. And then if you do happen to get something else, it only takes, especially if you're already invested in that ecosystem, as you see with Xbox, or I do with PC sometimes, when you're already invested in an ecosystem, it's easy to say, all right, well, you know, I don't need it, but I'll get it anyway not. You know? Right. So it's one of those things. It's definitely one hell of a workaround for not having the marketing rights or not being able to put it in Game Pass. This is a fucking workaround. Yep. $299. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that's $229. Like, that's the magic number for a next gen console, current gen console that's going to play all the current games at 120 frames, guys. And we were just talking about the Series S being a potato. I'm just saying.
You know, Spider-Man, I don't hate kids. I love kids. I've been a parent, so I know how parents work.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
The kids don't listen. We do a lot of work. We do a lot of work to get our kids what they want, and we try.
Within
but
reason.
It doesn't always work out that way. And then sometimes the parents, a lot of times the parents, when they go to the stores, they're hunting those deals, man. And if they can switcheroo
Oh, they're gonna
something,
switcheroo.
they're gonna switcheroo.
Especially as you as a youngin don't know the difference for real.
You don't know the difference at all. No.
Yeah, you just know as long as you can play certain games. Like honestly, if I swap my Series S out with a PlayStation and they could still play Roblox, they would not care. Like as long as I can still access it, as long as I can still play the same games, that's all that matters.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, it's not for us. Like I know that we spend the money, but it's not for us. It's who I'm spending the money because I was a kid who wanted to spend the money. And guess where I'm at now? I think this would be a good time to real quick. So we did mention God of War and Ragnarok because they did officially come out with their release. Because there is going to be reviews going up for it. There are some people who have their review copies early, right? You saw Jeff Keighley write out and said, hey, I got to cancel my Monday morning meetings because I got my code for God of War. But they came out and blatantly was like, hey, we got a resolution mode, performance mode, whatever mode that you're looking for, we do have. And again, it's
straight up.
Hey, and that's the way that you should do it. That's the way you're giving people's options. Again, it makes me salty that you're again putting 40 FPS for favoring resolution. We could have just said favor resolution 4K up to 60. I don't get that. Because the only reason I say that is because then you have another one that says favor performance, high frame rate on, starting 120. So obviously there is some headroom that you have there. There could have been some, possibly another mode kind of underneath the favor resolution and the favor performance, something in between there. Maybe at a 1440. I forgot PlayStation just recently got the update to do that. So maybe that's just something they're working with behind the scenes. I'm being funny, but it's good to see, man. Again, Santa Monica, they're proving to be another one of those for Sony that is this is their workhorse for their console generation, right? From PlayStation 4 and Insomniac, they have both put PlayStation in their backpacks and have just carried them along because God of War is going to sell. It's going to sell day one. I do anticipate, at least me, I think it's going to sell at least 5 million copies in this first month.
Fuzzy brought up a good point last night. He thinks it's going to do less than God of War 20.
Really? In this first? Really?
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree, but I think up front, I think there'll be more people that hold off buying the PS4 version until they can get a PS5. And again,
this would be the time to do it too because of the holiday.
Sony stockpile. They're gonna have PlayStation 5. PlayStation 5 are already appearing in the wild. You're gonna have a better chance, but I can see until people do make that switch over that they hold off and don't play it right away on PS4, which could hold back some initial sales up front, but might extend it into next year as people start getting them by spring.
No, would circumvent that because the game's going to be $70 regardless, right? Whatever platform that you get it on, whether it's 4 or 5. I don't. Sony typically doesn't do this, and it's unfortunate because I think it would win them a lot of favor and it would sell them a lot more copies up front. Is if they allowed you to buy the game for whatever platform and it just move forward with you, right?
Crazy talk, Steel.
Is it crazy talk? I mean, I'm just saying, again, that would be something to do for the eye of the consumer, which is why, again, this is something that I personally think, and again, I could be making a big deal out of this. You could not care about it. You guys out there, maybe Pong could, maybe pull me off the ledge a little bit here. But for me, it makes it hard for me to care about these games because it's like, I could wait. 1, 2, they literally are looking at the consumer and saying, now what? You gonna buy the game or what? Are you well, I don't care if you have a PlayStation 5, go buy the game again. Upgrade path for what? Now, if they give us an upgrade path, then great. But so far, I mean, sure, we're hearing the reviews are coming out, but we haven't heard them say anything and say, hey, if you get the PlayStation 4 version, we can upgrade you for $10. So right now, it could be assuming that you might have to pay for both.
Look, some of the greediest companies out there, EA
Okay, yeah.
being one of them, right? Activision being another. They release cross-gen versions. Why not just release a cross all one package?
Yeah.
Like Steel said, why not just buy it? Why not just do a cross-gen version and say you buy it for you play it on your PS4, PS5? I mean, again, we get that with Call of Duty. Get that with all the other games. I mean, I don't understand, but like you said, Steel, it's Sony's way of doing things. I don't know why they're so. I mean, I do money why they're so stubborn with this stuff, but you'd think now, Steel, at this point, with the way that this generation has gone, that they would start to move in that direction as a more consumer friendly company, try to right some of the wrongs and
Right.
some of the missteps that they've had, and they're just not. They're not. They just continue forward. But again, how easy would it have been for them just put both versions on the disc? Or
In the
digital
case.
option.
Like that
Yeah,
would have
in the
been dope.
case.
Like,
Yeah,
well, just
yeah.
put both versions in the case.
In
You used to do
case.
that back in the fucking day.
Right,
You give me
right.
all these fucking unnecessary discs all the goddamn time. Now I
Right.
can't get it in the case. Like what the like even like that would have been a benefit to me as a physical copy kind of guy. Oh, if I'm gonna make a physical copy, guess what? I know I'm gonna get 2 discs. I'm gonna get a 4 and I'm gonna get a 5. I shouldn't. I should be able to just pay $10 or for there to be
Yeah.
a proper upgrade path. But
Upgrade,
goddamn, you know what I
Do
mean?
something.
It's
Do
just
something.
it is a slight negative and a air of light. Again,
It's not gonna matter.
it's not up to yeah, it's not gonna matter. Again, this is the power. This is the power of what Sony can do, and this is why by people like me and Pong continuously try to talk out about these things, because this is the reality of the situation, right? This can be the case for this studio, but it's not looked at the same way on the other side of things, which is just fine. I mean, you can say the same thing vice versa with how Xbox builds up studios or whatever the case, whatever. But it just seems to me there was a better option here for you still not to have come out and said anything to say, hey, we are trying to do things right in the eye of consumer, although PlayStation, the history of PlayStation is not typically known for that. I think it would have won you a lot of favor for this holiday if you were trying to actually compete. But maybe I'm just talking at the side of my neck.
Yeah. No, and there's again, it's not just Sony. Again, Sony is the easy target here because they are a console maker, and they make moves in the console space that we question, along with
Right.
also, one of the world's biggest publishers of games. So it's easy. But 2K pulls this nonsense again. It's again this year with NBA 2K. Everybody likes the everybody they have a mode. They have multiple modes, obviously, with my team, but they also have my player. And what did they do this year? They packaged the bonus XP for my player into the biggest copy of the game for NBA 2K, which was the one where you also had to invest what 100 and what was
Yep.
it
$50.
$150 or 140, whatever it was this year. You had to get the NBA. You had to get the NBA package, which some people could care less about, in order to actually buy or get the XP bonus for my player. So I mean, again, we see companies do this all the time. They didn't even put it in the upgraded edition, the Michael Jordan edition. You had to buy the biggest package, which was just stupid. Like stuff like that happens all the time, and Sony's going to continue to do this because they know they can do it because they're still the most popular brand out there when it comes to gaming outside of Nintendo, obviously. But they're still the most popular. They swing that big stick, man, and they make their customers pay extra. It is what it is.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
God of War Ragnarok is going to be big. It's going to be a giant seller. I don't think that you could be wrong. Fuzzy brought it up, and I thought it was an interesting point. I didn't necessarily agree because I think overall, I think this game probably will sell more than God of War 2018 did at the end.
I think it should.
But up front, I could see how people might hold off, not buy it right.
I honestly, I know because I was playing with the idea of this game being delayed also. And again, the biggest thing was the possibility of it coming to PC, because another thing, I mentioned that earlier with some PlayStation games coming to PC, but to me, again, you'd be crazy to think that this game isn't coming at least within the next 6 months after it releases on PlayStation. On PlayStation 5. And the only reason I say that is because, again, as much smoke as we got about them reusing assets and this being just the next game, and there has to be something that's already in place that's all, because Nix's is already done. I think Nix's did God of War. I could be wrong on that, but either way, the God of War has already been ported once, so that baseline is already there. Now, again, I don't do ports, I don't make games, so I'm not gonna say this. Oh, it should just be easy, but I am anticipating it coming sooner. But I think it would have done it. It would have done a lot more for it if it would have gave that availability again, access day one. But like we talk about all the time, that's still something that PlayStation's working on. They're not quite at that level of commitment yet. And again, they're still in a space where they could wait 6 months to a year, release it on a different platform and then go from there. Again, they're still, you see how they're doubling down on cutting deals and whatnot, just to make sure they got that third party and kind of in the tuck. But it's just kind of how I'm looking at it. I think it would have been much better if it would have came out PC. 1 year later, coming to PC, Spider-Man says.
I agree with you.
But yeah, no, I think it would have been better. Again, me and Pong have had this conversation. I think it's more important to get that money up front so you can decide what you're going to do with your next game. I don't know. I also was hearing rumors that this could be possibly where they stop it at if they don't end up taking it the Egypt route that people were kind of rumoring out there. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays.
And you know, again, it's Sony Santa Monica. They've grown. This is not their full A team because we know Cory Barlog has a part of the A team as well, working on a brand new IP. Which
that's gonna be dope. Yeah.
Rumored to be sci-fi esque, could be RPG esque. So yeah, I mean, Sony Santa Monica. To your point, Steel is one of again. Say a lot about Sony. You could say a lot about things, but they've developed their first party studios. Their first party studios, all of them are. So they are going to be a powerhouse because Sony needs more content. They're making all these, they're making all these, they're making all these teams. They're growing all of these teams. They're going to have these teams working on multiple games at the same time, whereas it used to be one, then move on to the next one. They're now going to be working on multiple games because they got it. They have to. They need content right now. So, but I'm expecting Ragnarok is going to be huge and is going to be much bigger than what some people expected it was going to be. It's going to be a big.
Costco also has a deal on the Series S for $239.
Ooh, wow.
Starting November 17th.
Wow,
that $229 number is getting close.
199 is the magic point.
199 is the magic number.
Yeah, 199 is the magic number. That's the one that's been proven. Every console that hits 199, that's when it takes off. That's like the magic consumer price point for consoles. So if they can somehow, there's a couple places out there because we've seen it at 229. We've seen it right. If we can get one or two places for Black Friday to squeeze out an asset 199, boy.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Next year for sure.
That is a fact.
Yeah, next year will be.
I saw some people talking about Valeria in Modern Warfare 2, and I do agree. She definitely made me a little bit more interested in that campaign after I ran it. Not going to lie. I want to kind of chase down the story to see what's going on now. How is she involved?
Oh boy.
Let's see. I didn't have any general places that I wanted to hear. Let's see.
Storm got announced. Hey, people missed this. Storm got announced for Midnight Suns.
Did she? Was that official?
Yeah, that's official.
Wow. Okay, I didn't see it. I didn't know if that was official or not. Yeah, that's dope. Okay.
Yeah, Storm is coming to Midnight Sun, and Deadpool has taken over the Midnight Suns Twitter account and is promoting himself to join Midnight Suns. So I don't know if that's going to be, if they're actually going to do that too. We could be seeing Deadpool and Storm join Midnight Suns.
Yeah, I think they're already doing it, and it just
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
teasing.
It's kind of it's a tease, but Storm coming to Midnight Suns has me
That's
ultra
exciting.
ultra excited.
See her lightning abilities and everything. I love
Oh
Storm as a character.
my god! So now I've got 2 AOE people already lined up in my squad, which is
Yeah,
a
facts.
problem.
Storm's guaranteed.
So either I'm gonna have to make my main character as a tank, or I'm gonna have to be bringing Blade or Wolverine or somebody along, because I can't have all AOE. I got Magic, now I got Storm because Storm's in my. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what. Now I got problems. Silent Hill steals back.
Silent Hill is back. Now, I'm not typically the guy that'd be like, oh, I'm excited for Silent Hill, but they did end up actually doing the release for it, man. It's been rumored for quite some time. Talk to us a little bit about it. What they end up saying about
Yeah,
Silent Night
so
and how people feel about
multiple
it?
games, bro. We've been hearing this smoke forever. We went through the whole Blue Box. Remember Blue
Yes.
Box Steel?
Yes.
Remember great old Blue Box? They were doing it. They were going to do the Silent Hill. And then it was, well, Blue Box is a fake studio for Kojima, so it's Kojima that's doing the Silent Hill, right? We went through all of these rumors, but there was one rumor that stuck for the longest time that, of course, after the medium dropped, much of Sony Nation here in the community, the loudmouths, right, the clown show, was unhappy because the rumor was that Bloober was working on Silent Hill. And of course, after the medium dropped, they had to trash the medium. Even though it was a good game, could have been better game for sure, but it was a good game. I still enjoyed my time in medium. But there was a lot of people unhappy. But that rumor stuck around. And guess what? We had the Silent Hill announcement this week. We had the Silent Hill showcase this week. And yes, it was confirmed that Bloober is one of the studios working on the Silent Hill franchise. Now, there's multiple studios working on the Silent Hill franchise, but they are redoing Silent Hill 2. So they are remaking Silent Hill 2 in Unreal Engine 5 with all the bells and whistles. And the little bit that we got to see of it looks absolutely gorgeous. Now, I know some people had problems with one of the character redesigns that they did, whatever. That's fine. That's subjective, whether or not you love it. But the game looks beautiful. And Silent Hill 2, some of you younger folks out here, you younger gamers, you youngins who didn't have a chance to enjoy Silent Hill when it was at its peak, Silent Hill 2, for a large portion of the older well, I won't say a large portion, but let's say a good portion of the older generation, is up there, if not the GOAT of horror games, one of the GOATs of horror games. Silent Hill 2 is beloved by a bunch of people who got to play it back in the day. Silent Hill was one of my borderline games back in the day. I had to play it with the lights on, sound turned down. But I did play the Silent Hills, the Silent Hill 1 and 2 back in the day. And I did enjoy them for sure, of course. Pyramid Heads and all those kind of stuff was the deal. But Silent Hill 2 remake by Bloober Team, Unreal Engine 5 has been announced. And shockingly enough, it is a PlayStation 5 console exclusive
no way.
for at least a period of 12 months, Steel.
They don't do that. They don't do that.
Yes. So that was good news. Also, on top of that, we got Silent Hill Townfall announced. This game is in development at Observation Studio No Code and will be published by Annapurna, one of the best indie publishers out there. Annapurna does not miss when they publish a game. So I'm expecting that whatever this game winds up being, it's going to be cool as hell. Whether or not I can play it, I don't know. Whether or not I play the Silent Hill 2 remake, I don't know. Again, in Unreal Engine 5, it's looking creepy as hell. And again, Silent Hill 2, the original, was borderline for me back in the day. So we will see. And then we also got Silent Hill F. Now, I'm assuming that's a code name. We'll find out. Silent Hill F is a game from the studio behind Resident Evil Resistance. Still, we got 3 Silent Hill games announced coming back in a big way. Konami has all but disappeared off the map of gaming, but they are finally using their IPs. They're obviously licensing them out. Again, I'm excited for the Bloober Silent Hill 2 remake. They're using Unreal 5. They're going to have all the bells and whistles that Unreal 5 comes with. Uh, Sad to see that it is a PlayStation 5 exclusive for consoles. That sucks. I mean, yes, I understand Silent Hill was associated with PlayStation forever. Silent Hill, again, that it was a big Sony IP back in the day. But the fact that it's being done, the fact that horror genre is seeing a renaissance this generation, it makes sense that it's coming out now. And I think that Bloober Team is going to do it justice. Again, people like to rip on Bloober Team when the medium came out, Steel. A bunch of clown shows out here decided that Bloober Team sucked. Well, guess what, Steel? Now that Silent Hill 2 Remake has been announced as a PlayStation 5 exclusive, I saw a whole lot of celebration of Bloober Team. I saw a whole lot of, oh, this is going to be amazing. Weird how that works.
Yeah.
Did you ever play the original Silent Hills at all?
No. I never got into Silent Hill. I watched the movie again. It's one of those things that's on that line where it's like, I already know what to expect. I'm not playing that game. I'm good. It's the same thing with like the hills have eyes and things like that. I'm good. I don't need to watch. I'm good. I don't need to watch. I'll pass. I'm also kind of sensitive to those things, to the spiritual side of things. So that's a different conversation. I know a lot of people won't get that. But so no, I've never got into Silent Hill. I never got the hype behind Silent Hill. Again, but I don't get the hype behind a lot of horror games or games of that ilk. So to see it finally come out instead of being talked about, it's kind of like Splinter Cell for me, right? It's like, wow, we talked about it for how long? Now we're finally going to get the freaking game. Ooh. Let's see how it does when it ends up coming out. Again, this definitely, if anything, seems like to be the gear for announcements, not only for the horror genre overall, but doing pretty well for them too, it seems like.
And they're bringing back, again, classic IP. There's certain classic IP that deserve to live on and experience new versions of themselves. And Silent Hill is definitely one of them. Again, I'm not the biggest horror fan either. Silent Hill 1 and 2 were on the really just, I had to play with the lights on, sound turned down to get through Silent Hill. It is more psychological than it is straight up horror. So that's usually, a key indicator that I can play it if it's psychological. But Silent Hill is, but the fact is, Silent Hill 2 is considered one of the GOATs of horror games of all time, and so it deserves to live again. And the fact that Konami is finally licensing out IP is great. So we're getting, again, Resident Evil has been on a resurgence for a long time now. Now we're getting like Callisto Protocol. We're getting a Dead Space remake. Now Alone in the Dark is coming back, which I love the Alone in the Dark series back in the day. I even liked the 360 one that everybody hated. I liked it. And now we're getting Silent Hill. It only makes sense. And I'm glad to see this old IP getting used. I will always be in favor of it. So glad to see it.
Yeah, 100%. Though one thing, the other thing that I did want to jump into was EA, man. EA coming back, seemingly, they made the announcement that about Jedi Survivor. Well, they didn't make the announcement, I should say, excuse me. It was from Jeff Grubb, where he mentioned it, saying EA is going to start talking about Star Wars Jedi Survivor in December. There are currently no issues with development, which is good to hear. And this was always the plan to have a short window to promote it. It's on track for a March release. The reason I wanted to talk about this, because this has been a thing for EA here recently, especially when you see Need for Speed Unbound coming right around the corner, right? It's like we literally just heard about the game last month, I believe, if not before that, some months ago. Either way, we just heard about the game, and then boom, turn around, now the game's coming out December 2nd, which is also a day for all other games. So it's going to be
Suns, Callisto Protocol.
a lot of interesting games that are releasing around each other, but for this one, hearing that Jedi Survivor isn't having any issues is exciting to me, right? I need to get in, finish out Fallen Order whenever I get some time. I was about half the way through, 3/4 of the way through. Ended up putting it down for whatever reason, not because it was a bad game, but got distracted. And with games like that, when you try to think about going back to them after it's been like a couple weeks, you're like, man, I don't know if it still hits the same. You got to relearn things and whatnot. And that's kind of the stage I'm at right now. Well, it's actually been a lot longer than 2 weeks since I touched it. But to hear that it's on track and everything is good, because that was one of the games that has kind of put EA seemingly on the right track. As far as like, especially for single player games, coming off the heels of them saying that single player games aren't good. But either way, EA seemingly reeling that back in. With Need for Speed Unbound, I wanted to kind of throw that in the conversation too, because we're getting more and more from that also, and it's driven my hype up so much to the point where I went back and started playing Need for Speed. Now Need for Speed Heat, I did play original when it first came out, but I put it down within the first 90 days of the game releasing. So any of the DLC or any other content that they got, I didn't get access to, but I do have access to it now. And I do and will stand on the square where I say that Need for Speed Heat is the first signs that Need for Speed was getting back to what they needed to get back to, as far as like the driving mechanics, how the game overall feels, the cops, the intensity, the risk versus reward, the street scene. It's doing a lot of those things and it's doing really well. The only thing that it got that Need for Speed Heat doesn't do well for me personally is the demonstration of speed. And again, that wasn't an issue previous Need for Speed titles, which is an issue now, especially when you use NOS, or of course, when you get a faster car, of course it feels like you're going faster. I'm not saying it doesn't, but it's like, for an example, when you use NOS, you want to feel like you're using NOS, like it's launching you back in your seat, and that doesn't register over really well in Heat. So that could be a turnoff, because again, that's one of the main points of race. It's one of your main resources for your races or whatnot. And when it's not implemented really well, it can be a turnoff. Now it does get powerful when you make it more powerful and upgrade your car and everything else. There's just other things that I do feel like they are changing in Unbound, especially now that Criterion is fully on board. They'll have so much more investment and know-how and kind of be able to help guide them in the direction that they need to make this game successful. And what we've seen so far, I'm interested in it, right? Again, it does feel like Need for Speed Heat a bit, as far as like visually, as far as the cars and everything, but I do like that fine line that they're teetering for, that anime style and also the realistic style for the cars. It balances together really well. And I like the additional graphics and particle effects and everything that they're also going to let you add on, but also giving you the option to turn it off if you want, right? This definitely could be the, hey, this is how you get back to that Need for Speed Underground Most Wanted kind of feel, but in a new era. I'm excited for what EA is trying to do with Need for Speed. I'm probably going to end up getting it day one. But I do want to see more from it, right? I want to see how they're going to, what more is there to the story? What all is part of how do upgrades work? How do all the cars work? Do you need to be a certain class, or how do these things work? I need a little breakdown about that. But other than that, that's pretty much it. I feel pretty good about it. How about you?
Mm-hmm.
But what EA is seemingly doing here with Jedi Survivor being on point, which is a good thing. To hear that they're not running across any issues is always good.
Respawn. Zampella.
Right.
Brother.
Right.
Zampella.
But it's in EA. But it's EA.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Zampella is like a separate country from EA, okay? They're like a country within a country. A group within a group, because they do things different at Respawn. So I expected nothing less out of Zampella. Again, they're going to put out this game on time next year. It's going to be a huge hit. The unfortunate part is there's going to be so many games next year. I hope that it gets the credit, if it comes out the way that we all expecting it, that Jedi Survivor it does get its flowers, does get its accolades. Because we know what happened with the first one. Missed the cutoff, got snubbed from the Game Awards the following year because it missed the cutoff. Which was a huge miss that should have been probably Game of the Year when it came out for Fallen Order. But I'm I expect nothing but the best from Zempel and his team. So I think that's great. Need for Speed Unbound. Again, I still have some issues with some of the graphics. The wing thing when you jump just looks tacky.
Yeah,
to me.
I'll turn it. I'll turn it off.
Yeah, I'm going to turn that off. Overall, though, Need for Speed Unbound, every time I see it, it looks better and better. Again, for me, it's going to be about the single player experience. I know for Steel, he's probably going to be all about the multiplayer experience. When it comes down to it, they're going to have a betting system where you can bet against some of your opponents. Like, I want to see more of that. I
Pink
do want to
slips,
see.
I think they mentioned. Oh, I don't think they mentioned pink slips.
No, I
But
don't
they
think
need to
mentioned
bring in pink slips. That would be
money.
dope.
Yeah, pink slips would be cool. But again, for me, I don't have any interest in that multiplayer. Now, if they come out with a cops versus racers mode in multiplayer, that will interest me a little bit because I have fun with those types of scenarios. But for me, it's going to be about the single player. I'm going to be jumping in a 10-hour trial period thanks to EA Play, and I'm going to be seeing how it feels and what the single player experience is like. That's going to sell it to me or kill it for me. But I think that everything that Criterion is doing right now, again, we've talked about it still here and other places, the anime mixed with the animation mixed with the realism is working for me. The city looks absolutely gorgeous. The night driving looks fantastic. Haven't seen enough of the cops yet, but the cops do look like the older school kind of Need for Speed cops running through speed traps, running through blockades, that kind of stuff. All looks fantastic. And again, I have faith in Criterion of bringing that arcadey feel that I like. So I'm hoping that all hits. But yeah, I think Unbound's going to be big for EA, and I'm looking forward to trying it out on the 2nd of December for sure.
And Splendiferous, to answer your question, is Silent Hill better than Fear, or what do you think? I think Fear is better than Silent Hill.
Two totally different experiences.
Totally different, but
totally different. Like you got
obviously
combat in Fear. You got combat in Fear versus not a whole lot of you do have some combat in Silent Hill. Silent Hill is more throwback to your classic style horror games. Again, more psychological. Again, that's whereas Fear is kind of actiony in some ways because of the setting, because of the story behind it. It still has its creepy moments. Obviously, the little girl following you around in Fear is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever experienced in my life. Yeah. When I started replaying it on backwards compatibility, I DM Steel and I'm like, dude, this little girl, turning around and have her standing there staring at you is one of the worst experiences I can have as a non-horror fan. Okay, I hate that. And she follows you around. I hate that. So no, two different experiences. But again, Splen, if you ask the community for people who have played the horror games as the generations have gone on, so they got to experience Silent Hill 2 will be in most people's top 3, if not top GOAT. I mean, it is up there. So Silent Hill 2 is a masterpiece to many, many people when it comes to horror games. Yeah, whereas Fear probably doesn't. Fear holds a special place for a lot of people, but I haven't heard too many people say Fear is a GOAT as much as I've heard Silent Hill 2 is a GOAT. So
that is true.
Yep.
Let's. All right. So yeah, I think that pretty much ends it as far as that EA conversation there. Not much else currently that I'm expecting from them. We did get a little bit more from Jez though, when he spoke on Avowed and everything, because that conversation came up about Avowed here recently again, and where it's at currently and in development and everything.
Jez threw it out there randomly. He just threw it out there in a tweet. Said, I think people are going to be happy with Avowed.
Oh, okay. That's kind of blew up.
That's how it started. Yeah.
But I don't have too many thoughts about that currently. Was there anything that you wanted to touch on as far as
Avowed, again, we got a screenshot that supposedly, I had never seen the screenshot, but supposedly the screenshot had been out there, passed around in Discords and stuff, and then it finally hit Twitter because Jez, after he tweeted out, I think people are really going to like Avowed. And then, of course, people jumped underneath his tweet and started asking him, what do you know? Can you tell us more? Blah, blah, blah. And what wound up happening is he teased out, he had it completely blurred out a screen so you could only see some like basic colors and outlines, not a whole lot of detail. People tried to enhance it. That didn't work very well. And then somebody finally came through and actually posted the actual picture, which is just basically a scene, and it could be any RPG where you're just out in the middle of forest area, kind of with some hills, rundown kind of castle. And then the character, because of course it's first person view, has his hands out in front of him. So think Skyrim, casting a spell, much like how we saw the original teaser for it. In that one, he was holding a sword and he was also casting a spell with hand gestures. Well, in this still scene, he's using both hands with magic auras appearing around both hands and casting. But the quality of this screenshot is phenomenal. And Jez said that this is about 2 years old. This build that screenshot came from is about 2 years old. And if that's the case, yeah, again, I have the utmost faith in Obsidian. Obsidian's, one of my favorite developers out there. I knew that they were going to hit. I mean, Outer Worlds. I mean, they know what they're doing when it comes to RPGs. So this is looking absolutely fantastic. And then somebody asked Jez about the supposed reboot that happened a couple years ago. And Jez did respond. He said they did change up the team and change up the creative directors, but the result was better pace of speed and better vision. The first vertical slice under this new direction came a lot more quickly. Direction of the game changed in a good way, in my opinion, which I'll talk about someday. So that's all Jez really had to update on the situation. Again, I still think there's a chance we see Avowed next year. We heard last year, or this year, I should say, early this year, that they had switched over from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. So they were in the process of doing that. I still think there's a real good chance that Avowed is your holiday 24 AAA game from Microsoft first party. And I think that really could happen. And people have been saying no way. Avowed is 2023, I should say. Some people are saying Avowed is 2024, that we get Hellblade 2 this year. I think it's the opposite. I think Avowed will be ready this year, and I think they give Hellblade 2 more time in the oven. That is going to be an absolute masterpiece. That is going to set the bar for games going forward as far as graphics go. I truly believe that Ninja Theory is on to something, and I think Microsoft is going to give them all the time. I think Hellblade 2 is spring of 2024, but it certainly could flip-flop. Again, it's all guesswork at this time, but I'm excited for Avowed. Avowed is looking great.
Yeah, 100%. So I haven't had any worries about that or anything like that. So, as far as Avowed goes, I'm interested to see what comes out of that, because typically I don't jump into those worlds, man. So, we'll end up seeing what comes out of that first.
Pillars of Eternity is a freaking fantastic universe that many people haven't experienced, because
As I've heard.
top-down turn-based strategy games are niche. They're one of my favorites, but the lore in that game is already the lore in that world is already built out. It's extensive. We're
Right.
talking about, but maybe even bigger than Elder Scrolls as far as lore goes. Pillars of Eternity, coming from again a top-down turn-based strategy game, you would think it was a full-fledged RPG because of how much lore has already been built into it. So if they're just taking that lore and expanding upon it with Avowed, it's already pre-built for them. They're going to have, again, the details in this game are going to be, can't wait.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, other than that, I mean, we do have the DualSense Edge.
Yeah.
That was announced also on the 18th of October. The PlayStation 5 DualSense Edge will be released this January for $200. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm not here to pocket watch anybody or tell anybody what they should or should not get. I personally don't believe that the controller is worth the money comparatively to other products in the market that you can get of its kind. It is cool that you are able to change the thumbsticks, that those are interchangeable. You just pull them out, put a proper new one in, whatever the case, it's cool. If they do something like, $20, $30, probably gonna be like $40 for you to change out the swap the sticks over X amount of time. But I don't know if it's something to me personally that I think is necessarily worth it, right? I don't think that this offers competition for an example, to the Xbox Elite controller. But it is something for PlayStation 5 users who are looking for an advanced controller. I would personally suggest
an Edge. Did you say?
Yeah, a little bit. I would personally suggest staying away from this one and possibly going with like a scuff controller or something to that nature, just because there's more options, a little bit more versatile for that price point. You're gonna get more bang for your buck. Personally, it's not about because it's something that people were bringing up. Oh, why does it matter if I buy it or not? And it's like, well, I mean, the only reason I clamor for the Xbox Elite controller is because this gives you all the features of those scuff controllers, but it's Xbox, right? It's their internal hardware, whatever the case may be. Xbox. And it can be, and most of the time, and right now it's been cheaper, right? It's a cheaper option to get this version of it versus that. I just don't think, in comparison, if I had to hold them both if I was holding them both, that in any way, shape, or form, that I think that the haptics, the interchangeable sticks, the two pads that they give you on the bottom, the thumb pads are worth the $200 price point that they're asking for.
Are they upgrading the battery still?
No, they didn't. I don't know if they are, because they didn't mention that. They didn't say, "Hey,
so probably not.
It's going to have a better battery." So probably not. So in that case, that makes it even less worth it, because let me tell you guys.
Yeah, the Elites are.
In my Elite controller, I literally don't have to charge this controller for fucking how long? Fucking a week sometimes. And this is talking about 6-hour game sessions every day type shit. These controllers and these batteries, I know people are like, oh, about time controller. Xbox had to charge you an arm and a leg to put a battery in a controller. Well, I mean, this is also an option. Like, at the end of the day. But this option, not only is it have all these customization options, and now you can go get one through Design Labs that can be a little bit more custom, but this fucking battery is amazing. I love the battery in this controller. And maybe it's just because I play with vibration off too, where I get that extra life out of it. Because I usually only use vibration in like racing games and things like that. Maybe that's part of it. But again, it's just me personally, my perspective from it. I don't think it's if Staffel said, if it's drift proof? Sure. Yeah, it's drift proof. It's drift proof in the way that you can just pull out the old sticks, pop new ones in. It's drift proof. Right. You just go get some more. You can stock up. Have I think it was Psycho that said it on the show. He was like, "Oh, you can just get one on a Amazon sale or whatever the case, and just stock up on them." Why does that make sense? How about we just make better quality product that isn't designed to break because they want you to buy more? I mean, I don't know why that'd be the more difficult option, but that's either here or there. Only the Xbox says you don't even know if Avowed is bigger than Skyrim or Spider-Man. I mean, I can guarantee it's going to be bigger than Spider-Man. Spider-Man is not that big of a game.
Bigger how? Bigger how?
Like in scope? Or like what? Or like for the people?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he meant by bigger.
Did you say it was going to be bigger than Skyrim and Spider-Man?
No.
Oh.
I didn't say anything about that.
He's somebody in chat. Okay, I was about to say, damn.
Okay, I was like, damn.
It's like, damn, we said that? I was like, damn, let me catch that.
Okay, yeah, wow. I don't know what I was saying. The only thing I said about Skyrim is lore-wise. I said the lore-wise.
No, I mean, Avowed could definitely end up being popular like Skyrim or Spider-Man, but it has a long way to go for to catch up with Skyrim.
Long ways to go.
So I don't know. They're trying to ride off of Pillars of Eternity, like everybody knows what that is. So I mean, they have a lot of explaining to do, but I think Avowed could be pretty good. Blue Moon says the trigger thing works so well. I had to turn it right now. I got a finger ache. I just don't like the idea of that, bro. I don't want it. I don't want those features. Tim says interchangeable sticks, but they cost extra, not in the box. 20 extra, I heard. I was like, what? Like, what are we doing? Blue Moon, it really worked well though. Splinter said more like Skyrim. But again, just as far as the controller goes, guys, there's better options. I almost think, because I haven't done research, and I said I was going to look this up. I do think that there's an adapter that you can get for your Xbox controllers to work on PlayStation. I know there was one for PlayStation 4 for sure.
Yeah, there was.
I don't know if they got one for PlayStation 5, but shit, that'd be the option. I would fucking, that'd be me. I'm the guy playing with a fucking Elite controller playing on my PlayStation 5. Like, what are you doing? Like, hey man, it feels good. It's all the same buttons. It's all in the same place. Just the thumbsticks is different. But yeah, so again, for me, to each their own. If you feel like it's worth it to you, great. I don't necessarily think it is, but nobody should be pocket checking anybody over it.
Oh.
Do you see any worth in this DualSense Edge controller, Pong? Were you going to be day one?
You know me, Steel. I'd have to have a whole lot of excess cash to invest in Elite controllers of any form. I don't understand. Have I thought about it? Yes, I've thought about it because I know a lot of people, especially in first-person shooters. People have different opinions. Jasper doesn't think they help too much. I've heard other people say that in first-person shooters,
yeah, it makes a difference.
Do help.
It makes a hell of a difference. Makes a hell of a difference.
So for me, yeah, playing like Call of Duty's Battlefields when I know other people I'm playing against are probably using something better than what I've got. Yes, I have thought about it. But again, for me, dropping down $150, $200 on a wow.
It's more so for comfort wise. And I think the biggest thing that makes that kind of hard to eat is the fact that you can't guarantee whether you're going to get stick drift within the first week of having it, or first month of having it, and spending that type of money on an accessory that's going to end up having that issue. That's not okay.
Yeah. So for me, it is what it is. But again, I'm not going to pocket watch anybody. Anybody's got excess cash like that wants to go get themselves an Edge or go get themselves a League, more power to you. Again, glad PlayStation is finally coming around to making some type of Elite controller, because PlayStation people have been asking for that for a long time. Much as they like to shred Xbox for all the controllers they put out and people collecting Xbox controllers. Listen, PlayStation's been lacking in that area. It's about time they stepped up the game and offered the premium experience to go along with their premium console. Hey, it makes sense. $200 is a big ask.
Yeah, it is.
Especially if the battery has not been upgraded, because that's one thing that nobody likes to talk about. But I know plenty of people who have PlayStation 5s in this community. The real ones that actually will talk about it. The battery life sucks. Battery life is shit.
It always sucks.
Yeah, I know. It always has. Right. So, but nobody talks about that. But just have it plugged in. You'll never worry about it. Listen, if you are gaming like we game, and we have those 8, 10, 12-hour sessions of gaming, it's a problem. It's a problem at the end of the day. It was a problem for me on PlayStation 4. The batteries used to run out all the damn time. If I didn't have the extra one, I was shit out of luck. So I hated it. I hated being wired too.
And I know Splint Difference says, but this is not an Xbox podcast, you say, right, Still? I mean, no, I'm 100% it is, but do you want me to give you a bad opinion? I don't know.
What's a lie, Steel?
I mean, I'm supposed to give you guys a bad opinion and tell you that, oh no, the DualSense, it's really offering you something competitive compared to the Xbox Elite. They're still in competition with each other, right? Direct competition. As much as they're doing, as much as Microsoft may be doing cloud and everything else, and Amazon's actual and Google's actual competition and whatever else, they're still in competition. They're the only two publishers in the world currently who are seen at the same level. Nobody else makes a console that gets looked at like an Xbox, like a PlayStation, or like a Nintendo. Nobody. Steam Deck just recently came out with a handheld that has taken the world by storm. Who else? Nobody. Xbox and PlayStation, competition. Yeah, not yet at least. Xbox and PlayStation, competition. You want to talk about accessories? This accessory is better. This was $149. This is better. This is out the case. This is better than you spending $200 on that Edge controller. Personally.
Maybe. Yeah, personal. Just opinion.
Personal opinion. But again, there's a lot. That's why I keep saying personally, because this fits my hand better. Depending on how you like to play games and what controller feels more comfortable to you, I know plenty of people who prefer PlayStation controllers. Prefer it. don't like the way this feels. That's fine. That's why I'm saying, in my opinion. But again, hey, also, this what is an opinion, though. It's been scientifically proven that the Xbox controller is the best controller across the world.
Them offset sticks, baby.
I'm just saying. That's been scientifically proven. You can go fact check me on that if you want. I'm just saying. It's my opinion. You don't have to get the $150 version, but you at least get an Xbox controller for whatever game you're playing. Other than that, the one last thing that I had to throw in there is that the Xbox mobile app is seemingly to constantly improve, which is great. The one thing that I don't like about that, though, is why does my console not able to do? Why can't I just do everything on my console? Why do I have to take this clips, send it to my phone, or I have to pull out another device to do everything, right? Because the DVR on Xbox is still having issues, right?
They're getting there, Steel. They're getting there. You guys talked about it yesterday on Xbox 2 that this is the first step.
Right.
That a lot of people assumed that they were going to also do the same thing for the console, but that's not happening right now. But he said that he explained it how
it's a separate app.
Now they've untangled it from the rest of the UI so that when they go to change something now, they're not going to have to go rework everything behind the scenes. So they're making this its own thing, and he's hoping that eventually it will translate to the console, that they'll do the same thing on the console. Make changes easier and fix what needs to be fixed. But this was a first step in that process. But yes, you are absolutely correct, Steel. They have to give us something else for the console. They have to. Sharing. It's terrible.
Yeah, no, they got to give us a different option. I mean, PlayStation obviously has a better option.
Oh yeah,
on their side of things, so you can tell that they took that serious. But again, cool that I could do it from my phone. It's not like it's a huge deal. I got my phone all the time. Well, most people have their phones all the time, I should say. I'm not gonna say I have my phone all the time, because a lot of time my phone is just laying face down, fucking somewhere, and I'm fucking doing whatever throughout the house or listening to a podcast or something. But at least that option is there, and if it is fluent on a phone, that's great, man. At least you're giving me an option to edit it somewhere. Not forcing people to get a computer to edit their content. I mean, cool, but it's supposed to be on. It was something that you told me you were giving me on console, and it is completely abysmal on console, on the Xbox side of things, or just damn right non-existent for the most part. And it's one of those things that they got to keep working on. The more that they do that, I think the better it is going to be for the common gamer, right? Because then the common gamer can literally link their account, their Twitter for an example, their Facebook for an example, edit a clip, upload it straight from the Xbox, and then boom, that's done. It makes the community explode. There's more engagement that happens that way. Not everybody's going to want to go to a phone or go to a computer or go to a different device to edit clips. I know too many people who are this way. There's too many gamers who are this way and literally say, hey, gaming is gaming. If I gotta do all this extra shit to do everything else, I gotta get off my box. I'm not trying to do all that. So the more they can get to a point to where they can implement everything just within the box itself, it is what it is. Blue Moon says, who puts their phone face down? Hey, I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I maybe it's because of a little bit of that old school mentality.
Yeah.
Where it's just like sometimes, bro, like I will literally, like, if I could be gaming or I could be outside doing whatever. I would literally put my phone down and come back to it later. I'm not like stuck in that. Like, you know what I mean? I can walk away from it. I can be outside and not be thinking about what's going on here. Now, I also don't have $1 million businesses going on, so maybe that's part of it too. But neither here nor there. Pong, honestly, I mean, for me, at least topic-wise, that was pretty much it. I didn't have much else on my end. Did you have anything else that you wanted to kind of?
Yeah, I want to bring up a couple things here, real quick, just to make people aware, since people might miss this stuff. Listen, we talk about the golden age of gaming here all the time. We talk about all these more companies, more money, more people, more gamers than ever before being a part of this industry. And I want to bring this up because Shinobi602, great member of the community who brings up a ton of quality stuff. He put out a thread earlier this week to let people know Wizards of the Coast, of course. Most
Oh
people know
wow,
them for
yeah, yeah.
D&D, and all that kind of stuff. But uh, Wizards have been putting together a gaming division. And now people, have seen stuff like the AA level stuff that we've gotten out of Wizards and kind of dismiss it. But they've been quietly putting together one hell of a bunch of studios. They got a bunch of different studios underneath them. And they've been building these teams, but he brought out information on 4 new games in development from Wizards of the Coast, and these are AAA games. That are going to be coming out that we will see this generation. So I just wanted to bring these up real quick. They've got the 4 studios are the 4 titles. Here, I'll just get into them. So there's a new sci-fi IP, original sci-fi RPG being built by Archetype Entertainment, which is underneath Wizards. Okay. This team, helmed by veteran designer James Olin, who worked on Knights of the Old Republic, DAO, and Dragon Age Origins, and then Baldur's Gate. He's helming this project, and the team is comprised of former talent from BioWare, Naughty Dog, Arcane, Blizzard, and more. So we're talking about they are putting together new sci-fi RPGs. Can't wait for that. Then they've got Tuque, 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 Tuque Games, Tuque Games, Tuque Games. I don't know. Invoke Studios is working on an ambitious AAA game in the Dungeons and Dragons universe, built on Unreal Engine 5. The studio has 80 people with plans to scale up, currently comprised of vets from Ubisoft, Obsidian, and others. So we're going to get a AAA UE5 Dungeons and Dragons game. I'm excited about that. Then the crew over at Atomic Arcade Studios, they're working on a AAA G.I. Joe game starring Snake Eyes. So I know a lot of G.I. Joe fans are going to be excited about that. This studio's in North Carolina, and they are helmed by veterans from Eidos, Epic, Bethesda, WB, Marvel, and others. So damn, they are putting together some talent. And then finally, Skeleton Key Dev is a studio, a AAA studio headed up by veteran talent from BioWare and Blizzard, and they're developing a new title based in a horror genre. So Wizards of the Coast come into play this generation seemingly with 4 titles in development that we're going to see, all AAA. They're done with the AA stuff by the sounds of it. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick too, Steel. Excited to hear more people jumping into this industry and bringing their A game for sure. So that Snake Eyes one, that sci-fi one, Steel, and the Dungeons and Dragons and UE5, bro, got me hyped. Got me hyped there. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up too, Steel, real quick, and we can talk about this real quick, and then we can get on. I got a bunch of stuff. But the other last thing I wanted to bring up was I wanted to just make this point again, Steel, that listen, you guys got a million different choices, a million different podcasts to listen to, and there's great people out in this community. And again, Steel talked about it a little bit earlier. The gatekeepers are out in full force all the time saying, you guys don't know nothing. Why do you guys talk about stuff you don't know about? You're not developers. You're not running billion, $trillion companies.
Yep.
How can you guys even speculate on what this industry is going to look like? Listen, if you've been listening to Living Splitscreen, if you've been listening to any of the shows over on Fun Speculation, we spent boom shows. We spent a lot of time in Speculation Town. We spent a lot of time kind of reading the crystal ball. And you know what's funny, Steel, is that the YouTube scene with all these new podcasts, with all these podcast creators, some of them have been around for a long time. Sometimes, or more often than not, we're ahead of the curve, Steve. We're
Yeah.
ahead of the curve in a lot of ways. The IGNs, they don't speculate. Like they lock themselves into current news. And in fact, in a lot of ways, they're like the old magazines back in the day before we had social media. They come up with articles or their shows talk about topics that are already weeks gone by. Whereas we on the podcast scene, we have the freedom to speculate, to talk about the future, to look at things from a satellite view, from an RTS view, like you always say. And we've been in this gaming world long enough and we've paid enough attention that we do have a good idea. We don't have to be the Phil Spencers. We don't have to be the Strauss Zelnicks. We don't have to be the Jim Ryans to talk about this stuff and not still have a good idea. And that happened again this week, Steele. And the reason why I bring this up is because we were ahead of the curve on this, talking about Microsoft's plans down the road. Now, I'm not saying we know the roadmap. I'm not saying I called Phil up and he broke it down for me how the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years are going to go. But we talked about what Microsoft was planning on doing in the gaming industry and how they kind of saw the gaming industry as a whole and where it was going to go. And we heard Strauss, earlier come on an interview with Yahoo talking about 20 more years of growth. In right? Strauss says we're not even close to peak yet. We got 20 years, right? And Steele and I have been talking about this for a long time, but specifically Microsoft. We talked about what they were going to do in mobile and how they were going to get to 2 billion, 3 billion people, what that meant. Thinking outside of just the console, thinking outside of just a PC, how they were going to reach 2 billion, 3 billion people. And we talked about, we saw them partner up with Epic and battle Apple in the Epic case versus Apple and all that kind of stuff. And we saw this future, Steele, in a lot of ways where Microsoft sees all of your content being accessed in one place and all that kind of stuff, and how they want it in a world where if you buy something from the Sony ecosystem, guess what? You can still play that anywhere. And if you buy something from the Nintendo ecosystem, you can play that anywhere. If you buy something from Xbox, you can play that anywhere. And how are they going to start to bring all this together?
I will say, I don't know if they're trying to do it for everybody else, but they are definitely saying, hey, we want you to make sure that you have access to Xbox everywhere.
Correct. And that's all part of the, when I say that, what I mean, Steele, is they want to break open these storefronts.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Right. And eventually, I've said, this is my opinion. My opinion is they want to be the main host. They want to be the gateway to all of your content, whether movies, entertainment, or gaming, all hosted on Azure servers, all through one entry point. Not saying that those companies don't exist, because that's not what's going to happen. All those companies and ecosystems are going to exist. You're just going to access it through one point that Microsoft has the gate to. And that's what they eventually want. But neither here nor there. This week, Steele, to that point, they made another move. It came out this week, Verge. Shout out to Tom Warren over there. Talking about how they are making their own mobile storefront to go head to head, Steele. They are now going to make their own mobile storefront. Like we heard Satya talk about last year when they talked about how they were going to create these storefronts. They were going to open them up. They wanted open storefronts from everybody, and they were going to start with themselves. They were going to cut dev fees, all that kind of stuff. That's all still coming. But they made the next move here. They're making a mobile store. They're going to bring their content to this store. And they're going to use this, in my opinion, to crack open iOS, to crack open Google, because they are jumping into the mobile space now full force. And they are going to have the storefront. And what they're going to do is they're going to set the example. They're going to set the example for everybody else about how, going forward into the future, we need to have these open storefronts. And what was funny was that when Warren reported on this, somebody asked him, or I think he just volunteered the information that if that what is going to wind up happening is they're going to be in a battle with iOS. The iOS, and he said specifically on Twitter, the iOS challenge is the biggest problem they have. I'd imagine they're hoping regulators will take action to force Apple to open up the store, or at least allow cloud gaming apps. Going to be a difficult road, though. So what's going to happen here, Steele, what I see happening, and we pointed this out in the past, is the Xbox is going to set the example. They're going to create the kind of the blueprint that regulators want to see, because regulators hate Google and Apple, right? They hate what's going on. So they're going to set this blueprint for them and say, hey, we're doing it. See, why is Apple closed? Why is Google closed? Why can't we have cloud gaming apps on there? We're allowing everybody to come into our mobile store. Why can't these other stores do it? And then they're going to get into the war with the regulators and help the regulators try to break open those stores. So I just thought this was very interesting. There's a big move. Steel, did you kind of take this the same way when you heard about this mobile store? I know you're in the middle of eating.
No,
Sorry, I
you're
should
good.
have
No, it's
kept
perfect.
talking while you're chewing.
No, it's perfect. I thought I had enough time. But I think that it is because up to this point, you're not really seeing any other way, right? They want Xbox to kind of, when they were kind of going through the process of that, they wanted them to kind of break down every game and have them get, they need to be individually rated and
individual app for each game. Yeah,
it's like nobody's doing that. Whereas if you put it in your own app, I guess that would definitely circumvent a lot of those things. Because you can just put some things in there that would, I guess, cover your own ass, if anything. But on the Apple side of things, I think that would work for everybody else. Obviously nobody else has a problem for them, because obviously you got to cut deals, you got to make a lot of things happen to even go down this path anyway. But it is a way for them to crack it open and at least get the attention to it for regulators to start looking at Apple maybe differently. But at this point, no matter who, we thought Epic was going to make Apple do something, and Epic didn't necessarily do anything, right? Yeah, they brought some things to light, and we were able to see information that we didn't know before or were privy to, and they gave us some information about PlayStation, But other than that, they didn't revert back on what Apple ended up deciding on that. So, in Apple, the one thing that Microsoft is doing that Apple can't prevent, and it is, again, one of the bigger reasons why they did it, is going through the web browser. Now, I don't know, with them going to the web browser, I know they're constantly working on making that better, that experience. I don't know if an app on the Apple platform is ever going to be something that is going to be obtainable unless Apple decides to play ball, or if Apple finds something that they feel that there's a need to cut a deal, right? Right now, Apple's in a position of extreme power. They are the number one in brand recognition. Again, I know we talk about brand recognition and everything all the time, but Apple's number one at that. So they may stand on the fence, much like kind of how Sony is, where they could play that hopeless me game a little bit better, because one, yeah, their pockets are longer for sure, but two, they're kind of like Microsoft in the fact that they do believe in their own product, and they believe in the things that come out of their mouth. Whether you as the consumer believe in that or not is something different, but Apple does believe in that. And at the cost of their belief, they will push anybody out that isn't in turn helping them. It would even have to be a long-term play for them to even come outside and be like, okay, yeah, we'll do that. At least from what I've experienced from Apple and the type of business that I've seen them do up to this point, right? That might just be another sticking point for them, to where they say, oh, well, now if Game Pass and Xbox makes cloud gaming and playing games on a mobile platform more accessible than ever before, and the consumer starts coming out and saying, hey, Apple, I would like to have these features, then that's different, because the consumer can make Apple move. They've done it plenty of times before. When all that mess started up with Samsung and Apple and everything, Apple started doing some things, or like you're seeing with the Apple switching to USB-C. They tried to go their own way of doing the Lightning and everything else.
That's the EU. The EU is forcing that.
Oh, it's just the EU? Okay. So.
Yeah, because the EU is putting that in, that it must be universal.
They should.
Right?
Because as it should. That's fucking stupid. I never got that about them. Why are you making your consumers buy a product and then 2 years later changing the way that it's plugged up? Like I understand going from the other USB cords that we used to use. Them bitches broken and were ass all the goddamn time. But USB-C, it's like it's literally like universal for everything, and it's pretty dependent. It's reliable. So there again, something else to kind of demonstrate to you the mentality that Apple has on these types of things. So I don't know. That's going to be a wall guard that's going to be interesting to see at. The more that Microsoft continues to teach the legislators and kind of put out there about how the gaming ecosystem works, how the industry works, which is they are in a prime opportunity to do that because they are number 3, or in last place, technically, quote unquote, with the most money. So it's like you can be in last place, but when you have that type of when you have that type of money, you have that type of know-how in business, you can you know for sure that there's once you get your foot in the door, you can start swinging things in different directions and seeing what sticks and what doesn't stick. Right now, it's just Microsoft kind of defending themselves and say, hey, we're doing things differently. This could be an additional foot on that, saying, hey, we're trying to give access to everybody, which is why I was trying to I was trying to tease you a little bit about that. Cause yeah. I mean, that's the idea that they're pitching out there. Yeah. But to be honest, you know that, and it's probably what they're looking at too. Microsoft wants to have their stuff everywhere.
Yep.
And that does leave an interesting conversation. If Microsoft is giving you the utmost value across the board to the point to where you're looking at your competition and your competition can't compete, and your competition starts suffering for it, is that Microsoft's fault because they just have more money? I don't know, but I think that's where we end up. That's where the conversation ends up going, and I don't know how to have a conversation past that point. Right, because there's nothing else there, right, other than preventing them from doing what they're doing, trying to make gaming more accessible, like we mention here all the time, and making the moves that they're making with it.
I think they're stockpiling ammunition against Apple and Google for the future, for the regulators, so that each time a new case is brought or somebody fights against those storefronts, that there's a little bit more to it. And Microsoft, again, is trying to create the blueprint for these regulators to say, no, this is what we want to see from you guys. And then Microsoft is hoping that eventually they can side with the regulators, and the regulators will finally step in and get tough on Apple and Google, as it looks like we're headed towards that. And that real battle will be fought. But Microsoft themselves won't just be cheerleading from the sidelines. They won't just be saying, yeah, we want the storefront open. They're going to have their own example of a storefront that is operating in the way that the regulators would like to see all storefronts operate going forward into the future, a much more open, accessible type storefront that allows for more people to come in. And again, I don't doubt that they start cutting their fees like Satya talked about last year, giving back to the devs. Microsoft really is with the ABK deal. That's why the ABK deal is so important. That's why Phil and Satya weren't lying about King. What they're trying to do, though, is set up their vision of the future and trying to put themselves in the position of good light with all the regulatory bodies across the world, so that the other companies have to fall in step with the new rules that Microsoft currently is trying to build, trying to make. And they're trying to say, we are the vision for the future. We are going to do business in a way that is valuable for everybody. Yes, of course, it's going to be valuable to us as a profit-making company, but we don't have to do it the old way, right, where there's one main beneficiary, that being us as the business. We're also going to make it beneficial to the devs. We're going to cut our fees down. They're going to take home more of the profits. That means more content, better content for the consumer with a lower access point, accessibility point, a lower price point to come into the ecosystems and enjoy this content. We're going to try to make it kumbaya for everybody. And I know everybody hates that in a lot of ways. Everybody likes the ruthless type of business behavior. I personally do. I think it's great for drama. I have always said, if I was Phil, I'd be ruthless. I'd be cutthroat. But what they're trying to do is say, no, we've got a better vision for the future. Yes, all this has already existed for a long time, but these companies like Apple and Google, trillion-dollar companies like ourselves, we don't have to do business like we used to. It doesn't have to be that way. We can make things much better. We want to be the ones that are showing you the right way. We want to be the ones, and the regulatory bodies hopefully will say, yeah, Microsoft, we like what you're doing here. We like your vision. This is more in line with what we're talking about down the road. And they step in and say, yeah, Apple, Google, you got to follow Microsoft's lead here. You got to follow them. That's what I think they're going for here.
Yeah, I mean, and hopefully that ends up being the case for sure. It's going to be, again, most of This is one of the greatest times ever to be a part of the industry, just because of how much information we are getting, how open it has kind of become, and the possibility that it may revert to being a little bit more even quieter again. We'll see. I doubt it. We're moving further to the future. The digital era is right here. Social networking is right here. People are always going to talk. Humans can't help themselves. So I think we're always going to have something to talk about, something interesting to break down and get into as situations such as that. So.
Yeah, this is a huge transitional period of time for this industry and the entertainment industry as a whole in the digital future. We are on the cusp of that. That's why people like me and Steel have so much fun talking about it. Even for a lot of people, we just want to talk games. We just want listen, there's a lot more going on. And what this is going to set up is the future of what we're going to see 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now, what this is going to look like. As I'm an old man by that point, I just want to talk about it here because we are on the forefront of what's happening. And we've never seen something like this since specific to this industry and to the entertainment business. We haven't seen this since like the internet was invented and kind of reshaped the world. We're seeing a smaller version of that within this industry and where things are headed in a lot of ways. And it's exciting time to talk about it and to watch it happen.
100%. That's big facts. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Pong, I mean, was there any other things that you wanted to throw into the pile for today's show? Again, we gave it live, raw, and uncut to the people. Again, you got the 3 hours plus content, even amongst all the issues that we were having today with the internet and still having. Again, I got 408,000 drop frames. So nice. I don't know what's causing it or why that's having to be an issue. I was using Restream and I had no drop frames yesterday, so that's really interesting. But either way, we'll continue to work on that. I did see that other people, were having an issue with YouTube, but on the audio side of things, you guys won't know what we're talking about. You guys won't care because you're gonna get that conducive experience regardless, all in line, no breakups, straight content. Yeah, you get that day one patch. Actually, it's not a day one patch because it was just recorded that way. But no. But I do think this is the perfect time for us to transition into the end of the show and get into our This Day in Gaming segment. I had to skip over this last week, I think, because I had to dip out. So, but gotta bring it back because in This Day in Gaming, gaming is art. It should be treated as such, although I do think that art can be very opinion-based too, right? As it should be. But yes, gaming as art should be treated as such. And we'll go back about 30 years of gaming history just to kind of see the games that we used to play and how they were designed and where we came from to where we are to now. So let's get into it. All right. Oh, there we go. I can work with that. All right. So on October 22nd, This Day in Gaming, it is 2022. 10/22/22. I like that. 1999, PlayStation came out with Grand Theft Auto 2.
Yes, sir.
Grand Theft Auto 2 last.
Yes,
top
sir.
down Grand Theft Auto.
Loved it.
Yeah, it was a good time. I played it on PC back in the day. It used to be.
I still like the London. I still love Grand Theft Auto London to this day. So much fun.
22 years ago, in the year 2000, PC released Zeus, Master of Olympus. Okay. Then 2 years later, in 2001, you got your first 3D Grand Theft Auto 3 on PlayStation 2.
Still a mind-blowing experience at the time. Mind-blowing.
Then in 2002, Xbox got Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance.
Freaking amazing. Love them.
In 2007, the DS, PlayStation 2, and PSP released The Sims 2 Castaway.
Nice. Shout out to Sims. Still rocking. I saw that they're expanding Sims now. Just had the big Sims showcase.
This isn't gaming related. Maybe it is because there are games released on this platform. But in 2008, Android released Android.
Hey, shout out to Android. Happy birthday, Android.
Shout out to Android. Hey, that's crazy.
Changed the game, man. Changed the game. Nobody thought it was going to survive.
Well, when you came out when Apple came out with the phone and then Android followed, it was like, come on.
BlackBerry was like, yeah, no, we're safe. Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, BlackBerry.
Yeah.
Ain't
No.
nobody wants that on their phone. Okay, BlackBerry.
Yeah, okay. Now look at us.
Yeah.
Then in 2009, Xbox 360 got Forza Motorsport 3 in Japan.
Freaking fantastic.
Interesting. Yeah, I love it. Then the DS got Rune Factory 3, A Fantasy Harvest Moon in Japan.
Shout out to Rune Factory. I wanted to jump into them for a long time, but just haven't yet.
Thanks. Then PSP got Shin Sengoku Musu 5 Special in Japan.
Okay.
Then in 2013, PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 got Lego Marvel Superheroes.
Shout out to the Legos.
Got the Lego games.
Yep.
Then on PC and PlayStation 3, they got Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 Full Burst. Then in 2015, Android and iOS released Final Fantasy Brave Exvius in Japan.
Okay.
Then in 2015, the 3DS released The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes in Japan.
Shout out to Zelda.
Then in 2016, Android and iOS released Galaxy Attack Alien Shooter.
Heck yeah, Galaxy Attack. Yeah.
Oh.
Shmup.
Yep. Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
Then in 2018, PC released Disgaea 5 Complete.
Love Disgaea. God, bring it to Xbox.
And then in 2019, Nintendo Switch released Mary Skelter Nightmares.
Excellent, underrated game.
Okay.
Yep. Mary Skelters were really cool games, actually.
And then in 2019, PlayStation 4 released WWE 2K20. And then
Is that the one that everybody hated, right?
I think so, before they
20, yeah,
gave it a break for 2 years. And,
yep. Yeah, 20 was terrible.
and then in 2020, Nintendo Switch released Pokemon Sword and Shield, The Crown.
Shout out to Pokemon.
And
Respect that hustle.
Yeah, forever and always. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your This Day in Gaming segment. And this is episode 77. We worked through a lot. Things have been recorded smoothly, though, so there's always a shout out to that. It's a beautiful thing. Hopefully, YouTube does fix the little issues for the live show on the back end. If it doesn't, and it ends up being really stuttery or anything like that, if you guys notice it before I do, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to get that adjusted. If there is any issues, again, I do have the full recording, so I can literally just re-upload it and then go from there. And that should help out a lot. Though if I have to re-upload it, that will slow some things down as far as the audio side of things getting uploaded and everything, which I am going to start working on as soon as we end this show. So keep that in mind. But Pong, I think it was an amazing show, man. I think if anything, it was a good time for us to, at least catch up, if anything.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we'll be able to get some gaming in later on or whatever the case. I know we more than likely will once COD comes out. It's easy to jump in and out of that. No problems at all. And also, you got to set a day. It's COD day again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll see where you're at on Friday next week. But with that being said, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank the chat for tuning in and just kind of working with us, man. The fact that you guys are still here after we had 45 minutes of issues of network, trying to figure it out, until I just said, F it. I'm going to record and see what happens and go from there. I greatly appreciate you guys. I can only imagine it had to be a chop shop since the beginning. Hopefully it wasn't too terrible. You guys have been interactive with us since the beginning of the show. I can't be no more than grateful for that. Let me see. You said Splin Different says, y'all ain't answer my questions. What you say, Splin? Real quick. I saw your one question, Splin, from earlier, but I didn't see your other one.
Splin, we answered all your questions. That's just when the show would end each time and then start up again, so you just missed the answers.
Oh yeah, okay. Maybe that's what that's what it was. Yeah, no. Hopefully we have a better week next week. If hopefully YouTube ain't acting up or whatever the case. Again, I checked everything on my end. It looked good to go. I will make that additional phone call. See what's going on with that. But other than that, man, you guys can find me Steel Rain I T's a 7 everywhere that has a search bar. And Splend just wrote the message in chat. He says, when and if the ABK deal goes down, can we get all the older Spider-Man games that they put out back on Xbox? Splend, no. They're not doing that.
Licensing deals are dunzo.
That's not happening.
That's why we don't see a lot of the older games with backwards compatibility. Those licensing deals, dunzo.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, no. And Sony's not going to let that happen at this point. They're gonna make that work unless Disney really decides to drop their sack on the table and say, "Hey, if you can still want to have this IP, I need you to put this game everywhere."
It'd be an interesting question, Steel, if there was a way if Microsoft went to Disney, because I doubt the Sony contract has. Well, I shouldn't say I doubt. I do doubt, but I shouldn't put it past them. But I wonder if Sony ever could even limit that possibility. Like if Microsoft went back to Disney and said, "Hey, we want to re-up all the licensing for the old Spider-Man games, since they are completely different from Sony's."
Right.
And said we want to put them out as on Game Pass as backwards compatible. I wonder if that's a possibility if they could drop a bag.
It probably could be a possibility, but the thing about that too, though, is then you're gonna have that discussion of, well, we're the place to play Spider-Man, so either us or PC.
Right, and I get that. I'd be curious if it could do it, but I would say I would never bet that it's going to happen, Splend. I don't think that's
I wouldn't bet on it, and to be honest with you, Splend, there's no other better Spider-Man game. Like to be completely real with you, like I get you, and nostalgia's cool, and being able to play those older games would be dope, but there's literally no better Spider-Man game to play. Unless you want to do Web of Shadows.
Go get the Hulk games. Go get the Hulk games and bring them back.
Get the Hulk game. God damn it. Fuck all the Spider-Man. Get Hulk back.
Yeah. Exactly.
Remake that game.
Right.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, again, Steel Rain the T's a 7. Steel Rain everywhere you can possibly type it in. And again, I don't know what I'm going to be getting into today. I might jump on the motorcycle. I might get some gaming in. I don't know yet, man. So you guys hit me up in the DMs, hit me up in a message. I'm never sitting here trying to hide from nobody. So, yeah, just hit us up. We'll see you next week on episode 78. Pong! Lead the people to victory. Let them know where they can find you. And again, man, appreciate podcasting with you.
Oh, bro, appreciate you being my friend and my family, man. This is the best time, man, ever. Sorry again, chat, again, for all the issues. It's out of our control. Steel has done so much behind the scenes. You don't know after the show that we had to cancel to get things fixed. Listen, technology sucks. I hate technology. This is why I'm not a PC gamer. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I love it when it works, but unfortunately, there's always issues. But we appreciate all of you for sticking around. And again, if you couldn't stick around, totally understand why you couldn't do it. Hopefully, you'll catch us on the back end once Steel gets uploaded and watch the show. But we appreciate all of you. Nothing but love and respect. And again, this is not the way we want to do shows with issues. It is what it is, but we powered through it, and we thank you all for sticking around. And if you're listening to us in the future and have no idea of all the issues we had, hey, that's cool. That's cool. You guys got the best version of Pong and Steel on Living Splitscreen episode 77. You're getting the best version out there. So guess what? Enjoy it. But love you all. Listen, Pong Soul Xbox, Pong Soul Twitter, you know the drill. Tonight, it's going to be on in the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Check us out. PTK Blam has been doing it for a long time, and he runs a great, great show. Myself, Fuzzy, and of course, the man Blam will be there. So join us 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Tuesdays, Xbox Factor, 5 days a week. Boomstick is now doing it. He's a machine in his retirement. He's turned into the Terminator. The guy's nonstop. But Xbox Factor podcast every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Even though I'm rarely there, Steel's been taking my place a ton. He always has a great panel no matter who's there. It's all good things green every Tuesday. So be over there on Double Barrel Gaming. And then, of course, Thursdays, it's PM in the PM. Two-man show, although we do have guests from time to time. We've been on a streak lately. We had 3-Bit this past Thursday who just randomly decided to jump in with us, but we were doing a lot of tech talk, so we obviously love to have him there. That was a great show, but this Thursday, we're going to have another guest, and it's going to be special this Thursday. PM in the PM is always a great time. with myself and Mav, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. But this week, especially, we got royalty in the house. That's right. Iron Lords is representing as King David is dropping into PM in the PM. Again, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, Thursday night. I don't care what happens this week news-wise. You know you're going to be entertained when King shows up. So we're going to have a fun time with him. Of course, I'm going to have to come up with an intro. I don't even know where to begin with this man because there's so much to say. But we're going to have a great time Thursday, so be there. And then, of course, Friday night, it's back on Fun Speculations channel for Xbox Ultimate, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. We had Ham Solo, who jumped in our chat earlier. I don't know if he's still hanging out, but Ham was on. Ham is doing great things over on his channel. He does interviews. He's got bullshitting as a show, which is awesome. He was on last night. We went left. Like, wow. We were talking about cars. We were talking about all business. We were talking about everything last night, but we still talked a lot of gaming too. So join us every Friday night at Xbox Ultimate, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, I'll be right back here next weekend for episode 78 with my brother from another Steel. It's going to be a good time, as always. So be there. Otherwise, it's a golden age of gaming, people. It really is. I can't say it anymore. Just get out there and enjoy it. There's so much to play right now. Insane. It's insane. Love what you play, what you love. Love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all tonight on the Shop Podcast, but I'll talk to you soon. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. You'll get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to say thank you for joining us on this flight. But we're out here. Much love, guys. Peace. Oh, wrong screen.